Morning. Once again, welcome to this opening session of our 2022 Fall Annual Town Meeting. It's being held in person on Saturday, October 15th, 2022 at 8 a.m. at Plymouth North High School, located on Oberry Street. At this time, we'll begin with a salute to the flag, led by Town Meeting Member Leonard Vaz, followed by our national anthem performed by Town Meeting Member Nancy Davis, and our invocation offered by Town Meeting Member Robert Trossel.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Hello? Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let us bow our heads for the invocation. Thank you, Lord, on behalf of all those who are gathered here today. Thank you for your many blessings upon each one of us, and thank you for our lives and measure of good health. Thank you for our important tasks to fulfill our calling, for sustenance and for friendship. And thank you for the ability to be involved today in the useful work of town meeting discussions and proposals. We ask that you graciously grant all our elected and appointed officials and each and every town meeting member. Please grant them wisdom to govern amid the conflicting interests and issues of our times, a sense of the welfare and true needs of all our people, a keen thirst for justice and rightness, and confidence in what is good and fitting, and the ability to work together in harmony even when there is honest disagreement. Please grant us personal peace in our lives and joy in our tasks, and remind us to humbly remember that we were elected to serve our constituents and not to be served. More importantly, Lord, we pray for guidance for today's agenda set before town meeting, and we humbly ask that our discussions and actions will reflect and benefit all those who live and work in and around our beloved town of Plymouth. And all this we ask in your name. Amen.
Please be seated. This time we welcome Betty Cavaco, Select Board Chair, who will present her opening remarks. Welcome, Betty Cavaco.
Thank you. Before I begin my remarks, I would like to take a moment to remember longtime planning board and community volunteer Paul McAuliffe, who has passed recently. Please pause for a moment of silence. Thank you. Good morning, and welcome to our first in-person town meeting in over 2 years. Thank you, Mr. Trifletti, for working with the board on what will be a very safe and successful town meeting. As many of you have witnessed, the board has been hard at work this summer, working with town staff on a set of goals and priorities that will carry the town forward both short-term and long-term. The board worked with the town manager, and who in turn worked with all our department heads to develop a plan that outlines the numerous goals for the town. Once these goals were identified, we organized them into various buckets, everything from ensuring a healthy and safe community, strong financial planning, supporting our business sector, and communicating with our residents, just to name a few. These goals can be found on our town website if you would like to learn more. Many of these goals are short-term and can be completed over the next 12 months. However, there are also more long-term goals, such as future water supplies and master planning. Collectively, this document is the foundation for a future strategic planning process. The board has already set its eye on the need to develop a 5-year and even 10-year plans that will set the direction for the town's future. Change is in front of us, and we have taken the first steps to chart that course. The future is bright, and we have assembled a team that has the energy and the wherewithal to take us there. I hope you are as excited as I am, as we all need to be rowing in the same direction if we want Plymouth to be successful. In closing, I want to thank all of our town employees for everything they do day in and day out, from the men and women providing frontline customer service at our town buildings, to those who are outside working on our streets, parks, and infrastructure, and to those working around the clock keeping us safe. I thank you all so much. You are what makes Plymouth so great. Thank you.
Thank you, Betty Cavaco. She is chair of the Plymouth Select Board, and at this time, we once again welcome Kevin Canty. He is chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee. Welcome, Kevin, and he'll give his opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. For those who don't know me, as the moderator said, I am Kevin Canty. I'm the chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee. I haven't spoken before the town meeting at the beginning since October of 2019. I waived opening remarks during the Zoom era because I think it's more productive to get to the business at hand, given that having spent most of my life during 2020 and 2021 attending various Zoom functions, that after a certain point it sort of becomes on autopilot if you don't get actually doing something. But since we are back in person, I did want to have the opportunity to have some remarks for you all and introduce myself to those who haven't seen me before. I'd like to thank at the beginning those that have done so much work to get us here, not just for this town meeting, but over the last few years since October of 2019. All of the Advisory and Finance Committee members that currently serve, those that did serve during the pandemic, probably our most trying and difficult time as a committee to adjust to a new way of doing things on the fly, a lot of things coming at us. I think our members really rose to the occasion at hand, and I think everyone who was and is on the Advisory and Finance Committee can take comfort and pride in the work that they did during that time. I'd also like to thank all of the town staff, from all the way from the top, the town manager, assistant town manager, department division heads, and all the employees as well, who've done such exemplary work during such a difficult and trying and extended time, as well as the other elected officials in town. And lastly, but certainly not least, I'd like to thank all of you, all the town meeting members that have attended all these virtual meetings, getting used to a different way of doing things, not always in the most, in the way that some of you would have liked, but we got through it. We had said all along that there was a path towards getting back in person at the end, and this is the first step along that path to getting back to what we used to do prior to the pandemic, and it is a welcome change to be back before you all. I'd also like to extend a very special thanks to the folks over at PAC TV. While we were operating during the Zoom era as a town, not just the Advisory and Finance Committee, but all town government, PAC TV really rose to the occasion in a way that we couldn't have functioned as a community without their assistance. They helped us conduct entirely virtual hearings. They walked us through the setup process for the various Zoom accounts that everyone was using. They facilitated the assistance of town meeting members that needed help with technology and getting credentials approved. And they also put together a number of additional events, such as the additional moderator's presentation forum to get everybody up to speed during that time. I'd specifically like to thank by name, Julie Thompson, Donna Rodriguez, Dave Antoine, Mark McKinley, Brooke Hoffman, Chris Quinn, and all of the other employees at PAC TV, some of whose I have met but whose names I don't know, and some folks who I haven't met but have done important work behind the scenes. Plymouth could not have functioned over the last 2 years without the assistance of PAC TV. I think PAC TV is sometimes taken as sort of a given. We don't necessarily appreciate all of the hard work that they have done and continue to do for us. And I certainly appreciate their flexibility in preparing for this town meeting with the 18, no 5, no 3 rooms that we were going to be in, and all the work that they did to make that happen. They put in a lot of long hours, hard work. They have uncertain schedules due to the times that they don't know how long a meeting is going to go. They don't know if a meeting is going to occur or be canceled. And they also candidly have to deal with probably some difficult personalities, if we're being honest with ourselves, that are running some of the town boards and committees. But they work with, nevertheless, in an exemplary fashion. And further, in addition to doing all of that for Plymouth, we're not the only community that they do that for. They also do it for Duxbury, Kingston, and Pembroke. It's a very difficult job to work at PAC TV, I'm sure, but it is officially not a thankless job after these remarks. In addition to those remarks, I'd just like to take a few minutes at the beginning to go over some basic sort of town meeting 101 type things for some of the town meeting members. This past May, as everyone knows, we had a large election with a number of new town meeting members. We did have that special town meeting in June, but I'm still hearing a lot of questions from some folks about some of the basics about town meeting and some misunderstandings. It is a unique form of government with some nuances that people don't know until they get into it. So I just wanted to go over a few of those things at the beginning so that we can all somewhat be on the same page. So the town meeting form of government begins, and what we're going to be dealing with today started with the issuance of the town meeting warrant. So that town meeting warrant is all the articles that come before the town meeting. That warrant opened so people could submit, town department heads as well as petitioners and committees could submit their articles on July 26th. They had until August 12th to submit their things. That's when the warrant closed. So while it's open until it's closed, they could submit their article language. Then that warrant provides and serves as a warning to the residents of Plymouth about what town meeting is going to deal with that day. And it defines the scope of the discussion and the actions that we're going to take on any particular day. That warrant was then signed by the Select Board on September 15th. So after it closed, but until it was signed, changes could have been made, and some were made, to that warrant. But once it's signed, changes can't be made to the warrant itself. The Advisory and Finance Committee has conducted a number of hearings. We conducted 4 total hearings in regards to town meeting articles. That formed the basis of what eventually came into your book. Those Advisory and Finance Committee meetings happened on August 24th, August 31st, September 7th, and September 14th. We had to meet before the signing of the warrant because our print deadline to get this book to all of you was on September 16th, because there's a provision in the charter that you have to have this in hand at least 2 weeks before we all get in here today. We don't want to go right up to the end there. We go a little faster than that because we have to send it to the printer. It takes about a week for it to get back to us. Then we have to wait for the U.S. mail. So that explains the timeline there. But what I've heard some folks confused about in particular is what town meeting actually does when they meet here. So what you're actually going to be doing, the articles, again, they set the scope for what we're going to talk about, but the motions are the actions that you actually take. They're what's voted on, not the articles themselves. So the articles define just the box, and the motions are within that box. And what you vote on is what you actually approve. So if the warrant, oftentimes you'll see warrant language that is somewhat general and vague, and the motions go within that in order to direct what we're doing to be more finite and defined. So please don't be confused by that. The language is intentionally general in the articles, but specific in the motions. The recommendations, books, and minutes by article document that we've provided to you explain what our recommendations were. They provide the backup material that we reviewed and what we voted on and how we recommend that you vote. Obviously, you are free to vote however you wish. We have provided those motions to you so that you can follow along. It is also anticipated that you use the Advisory and Finance Committee's recommendation book as we're going through the articles to help understand what we're talking about and inform the discussions that you will have today. So I hope that provides some clarity to some of the newer folks about some of the process parts. I just wanted to get out ahead of that and provide some guidance for some of the folks that are, especially because this is the first time many folks have been in an in-person town meeting. I thought it would be helpful for folks to have sort of a basics. I apologize to those members of town meeting that have been serving since we were still wearing buckles on our hats, but hopefully it was a useful review for you as well. So with that, Mr. Moderator, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Kevin Canty, Chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee. Town Clerk Kelly McElrath has advised me we now have a quorum of at least 108 elected town meeting members, and therefore I declare that a quorum being present, this Plymouth Fall Annual Town Meeting will come to order at 8:18 a.m. Nicole Manfredi will once again serve as Assistant Town Moderator, and Nicole will now provide her opening remarks. Nicole?
Good morning. If you are a returning town meeting member, you will notice that the clickers have been updated. They function in exactly the same way as the old clickers. When voting, you will click 1 for yes and 2 for no. Voting is time sensitive. You must wait until the green light is on to vote. You will have 30 seconds. If you mistakenly choose the wrong number, you may change your vote by clicking the correct button, and the system will capture your last selection. If at any time throughout today's meeting you have any voting concerns, please stand immediately to be recognized. Once we move on from a vote, we will not go back to make adjustments. I will be navigating between the band room, the library, and this main auditorium, and I will be available to assist throughout the day.
Thank you, Nicole Manfredi, Assistant Town Moderator. We also have a second Assistant Town Moderator. If we can go into the band room now by video, we'd like to welcome longtime past town meeting member Karen Bukes. This morning she'll be serving as second Assistant Town Moderator. She's in the band room with people wearing masks only. Good morning, Karen.
Good morning, Mr. Moderator.
How are you this morning?
Very well. Good morning, town meeting. I have 7 people in this room.
Thank you. And that is Karen Bukes, and she is the second Assistant Town Moderator. She is in the mask-only room. We also welcome Mark Rich of KP Law. We also would like to recognize, as Kevin Canty had indicated, the staff of PAC TV. They're providing video and audio support for today's in-person town meeting, which is being held in 3 rooms here at Plymouth North High School. We also welcome Samuel Franklin and Drew Chase from OTI Technologies. They're providing technical support for our electronic voting. Dylan Oxen is the police officer on duty for this session of town meeting. Now, according to our town charter, Chapter 2, Section 5, Subsection 2, the town clerk keeps a record of attendance, and pursuant to the next subsection, a representative town meeting member who cannot attend a session shall provide written notice to the town clerk. She has received a number of notices from town meeting members who cannot be here. Anyone wishing to inquire as to reasons given for town meeting absence can check with the town clerk. We have written materials that have been provided to town meeting members. They include a motions book, as well as the report and recommendations of the Advisory and Finance Committee. Now, pursuant to Chapter 2, Section 10, Subsection 2 of our charter, representative town meeting members shall notify the town clerk in writing prior to the town meeting session as to any articles giving rise to a conflict of interest. Town meeting members are also reminded that the handset keypad includes an option to abstain if needed. Any Plymouth resident and taxpayer may speak on any matter. Non-residents may participate with the consent of town meeting, and town meeting members are reminded that we have a live cable audience. We request that if you wish to speak, please raise your hand, and once you've been recognized, please come to an open microphone. Identify yourself by name and precinct or title. Second Assistant Town Moderator Karen Bukes, again, will notify Nicole Manfredi and me as to town meeting members wishing to speak from the mask-only band room. And Assistant Town Clerk Elvira Galino is in the library, and she will notify us as to residents and taxpayers who wish to be recognized. Town meeting members and officials are encouraged to identify yourself by name and precinct each time you speak, since some members of the cable audience may tune in at different times. Those who wish to present on an article are invited to come down front upon the reading of the article. Some town meeting members have contacted me in advance, and they've been added to my speakers list. If you're called as a speaker on deck, please move to an open microphone. In this room, we have 3 microphones, so we don't have to have more than one person at a microphone at a time. Town meeting members, you are encouraged to maintain appropriate distance among the speakers. And again, once again, we're utilizing the electronic voting system, and you'll have 20 seconds in which to vote. Assistant Town Moderator has indicated 1 for yes, 2 for no, 3 to abstain. The Assistant Moderator, Second Assistant Moderator available throughout the meeting. If you have special needs or a concern for which you do not wish to interrupt the meeting with a point of order, then speak to one of the Assistant Moderators who can in turn communicate to me. We ask that cell sounds be turned off, and please consider keeping texting to a minimum to avoid distraction to others. Town meeting debate is directed through the moderator. All main motions and amendments to main motions are to be made in writing, and procedural motions, whenever practical, are to be submitted in writing in advance. And in your motions book, you'll see that we received a couple of motions in addition to the main motions. Now, if you do wish to accomplish something procedurally during the course of the meeting, don't hesitate to get up and inquire. We'll attempt to help you frame an appropriate motion or question that is consistent either with past practice or our parliamentary handbook. Our parliamentary handbook is town meeting time. Now, that book suggests that even if all the rest of the town meeting knows the answer, it does no harm to review and restate a principle from time to time, as Kevin Canty did at the start of the meeting. Now, if an amendment presented from the floor contains a legal question or has legal ramifications, I may confer with town council. Such motion may be delayed until written and possibly researched. That's in particular if anyone has motions relating to bylaws that are coming before this town meeting. It's always best practice to contact us ahead of time so we can review the proposed bylaw changes. And we did receive one. Residents who wish to make motions may do so through a town meeting member. Debate is encouraged. If I'm notified in advance that you wish to speak on an article, your name has been added to a list of scheduled speakers, and I will attempt to give everyone a chance to speak once before calling on people a second time. We do have a formal petitioner presentation that can be up to 15 minutes in length. There won't be a limit imposed on the initial municipal board or committee formal presentations, and all of the speakers will have 3 minutes, and that includes question and answer exchanges. Town meeting members are reminded that while the moderator limits the scope of the debate, you limit the length of the debate. If a town meeting member wishes to close debate, you can move the previous question. This motion is not debatable. It requires a 2/3 vote. I will ask other town meeting members to stand if they still wish to be heard on a motion to close debate. We'll also go into the band room and ask if there are people in there. As assistant moderators and moderator Ms. Manfredi, Ms. Bukes, and I will be presiding throughout this town meeting. We don't intend to become directly involved in the substantive discussion, but we will serve as procedural facilitators to this legislative body. We'll attempt to be consistent, follow common sense. You can make a motion to change the order of the articles. It requires a 2/3 vote. And also a town meeting member who votes on the prevailing side of a motion may later move to reconsider a motion. We will recess within 2 hours from the start of this town meeting as provided in our town charter. And the Plymouth Schools Music Association is providing refreshments during our recess. They're already here in the cafeteria. We will presume there's a quorum, and we'll reconvene 15 minutes after the recess and proceed. Lunch will be served at approximately 12 noon. Lunch will consist of a paid lunch. Participants will be able to purchase lunches in the cafeteria as well as at an outdoor concession stand that's located in the back of the school near the football stadium. Food services will open the outdoor concession stand for those wishing to be outdoors. Participants can purchase lunches in either location. This year, lunch will consist of a variety of assorted sandwiches or salads in prepackaged boxes to go, and there'll also be a variety of drinks. We'll return promptly after the lunch recess. The return of the warrant of the fall town meeting shows that it's been properly served. If there are no objections, we'll waive the reading of the constable's return of service of the warrant of the fall town meeting, and further, if there are no objections, we'll waive the reading of the warrant. Mr. Canty moves the adjourned sessions of the fall town meeting be held at Plymouth North High School Saturday, October 29th at 8 a.m. Mr. Canty.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Long-term town meeting members will recall that typically the adjourned session happens a bit closer to when the first session of town meeting happens, often the Monday following. However, there are many logistical considerations in this circumstance, with it being the first town meeting back to a physical location. We have to coordinate the schedule of everyone before you, as well as PAC TV, OTI Technologies, and the schools themselves, which are our gracious hosts. So unfortunately, the first day where all those particular stars aligned, where we could have an adjourned session should we need one, would be Saturday, October 29th, 2022. Having looked at the warrant, I would be surprised if we need to go past one day, but obviously town meeting determines the length of the debate, so we'll see how that happens. But in the event that we get a spirited discussion and we do need to go for a further date, this is the first date available for us to do so. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the motion for an adjourned session? If not, this is going to be your first opportunity to use your clickers to vote. And after you do vote, we'll be showing all the precincts so you can check and make sure that your vote was correctly recorded. So when the light goes on, if you could vote on the adjourned session, and I'll also, you can vote now. Town meeting members, both in the Center for Performing Arts as well as in the band room, are voting, and they're voting as to whether the next adjourned session will be on Saturday, October 29th at 8 a.m. And the voting will continue until the light is off. We'll continue with the voting, and the voting is over. And at this time, we'll now scroll through the precincts. And as we scroll through the precincts, we'll be able to see the vote on this first procedural vote. 114 yes, 2 no, 3 abstentions. It carries. We have 119 town meeting members who did exercise the vote. You'll see precincts 1, 2, and 3, now followed by precincts 4, 5, and 6. You'll see green for yes. You see the yellow is an abstention. Precincts 7, 8, and 9. A red would be a no, which you can see here as you scroll through the precincts. Precincts 10, 11, and 12 are shown. And we're continuing to scroll through all 18, precincts 13, 14, and 15. Again, town meeting members are checking to make sure they've properly been recorded. 16, 17, and 18. And that concludes the first vote at this time. Going to ask if there's anyone who was not recorded properly, and also Karen Bukes, feel free to come to the microphone if you have any town meeting members who did not see their vote recorded properly. So that's our first vote of the day. And are there any other matters to come before the fall town meeting at this time? If not, we're going to move to Article 1. Article 1 has been withdrawn. We will next move to Article 2, and that is Supplemental Budget General Fund, to see if the town will vote to amend the vote taken under Article 7A of the 2022 Spring Annual Town Meeting warrant, and as necessary, to raise, appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow funds for the purpose of supplementing departmental expenses and/or to reduce certain departmental expenses or otherwise amend said vote or take any other action relative thereto. Kevin Canty, Chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee, will be speaking on the first motion. The first motion is, under Subcommittee Report A, Mr. Canty moves the town vote to amend the votes taken under Article 7A, Subcommittee Report A, by decreasing the original appropriation by $339,750, items 1 to 15 for the purposes as listed in the Articles 2A, 2B, Fiscal 23 Budget Amendments Report attached to these motions, and further to decrease by $339,750 the amount raised from the 2023 tax levy. Kevin Canty.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So this, as the moderator indicated, is the only motion in regards to Article 2A that I will be speaking towards. The Advisory and Finance Committee voted on Article 2A as one item. You are going to have it presented to you in a number of motions. The way it is being presented to you is consistent with how the budget was presented to you during the spring town meeting by subcommittee report. Town meeting members are used to consuming and analyzing and digesting the budget in that format, so we thought it was important that we give you that opportunity with these amendments as well. Additionally, I would point out in this one, there is a slight correction to the quantum of vote as listed in the book. It is listed as being 10 to 0 to 1. Sadly, I voted in favor of this particular item, but under the standing rules of the Advisory and Finance Committee, although the chair can choose to vote on any item that comes before the committee, the chair's vote only counts in the event of a tie. This was not a tie, so my vote is symbolic and does not actually count in this instance. So, with those provisos in mind, in a vote of 9 in favor, 0 against, and 1 abstention, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve the entirety of Article 2A. Approval of this article will decrease the fiscal year 2023 general fund operating budget by $99,009 as detailed in the materials that have been provided to you.
Thank you, Kevin Canty, Chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee. This time I'm going to ask that Al DiNardo, Precinct 17, come forward. Mr. DiNardo moves to amend Article 2A, Subcommittee A, by increasing line 4, Town Manager, all other expenses, by the amount of $125,000, and to meet this appropriation, said amount shall be transferred from free cash. Al DiNardo, Precinct 17, followed by Richard Cirque, Precinct 2. Mr. DiNardo, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Moderator. Good morning, town meeting, and invited guests, Board of Selectmen, and Select Board, and Mr. Manager. I guess Harry Truman said it best: if you can't convince them, confuse them. And there's been a lot of confusion on this matter. But Mr. Moderator, I'd just like to take a moment just to introduce myself. My name is Al DiNardo. I moved here about 2 years ago, and I served in town meeting in Saugus for over 33 years. We still have a town meeting form of government. We only have 50 town meeting members. But I saw, despite that we were within the 128 belt, I saw how effectively town meeting exercised its authority. And part of that is having ease of access to legal counsel. And that would be for us if we want to draft a bylaw or whatever we would like to do. That's important for us. We're in a complex world with complex issues. I saw and I've witnessed how town meeting members struggled. We had the woodlot issue, how we struggled with that issue. In the end, town meeting was correct because we came right in line to the will of the people. So town meeting works, and we saw that. Saugus has only 50 members. We're the smallest body in the Commonwealth. And as I look up here, I see 1620. Saugus was 1629. We were those handful of small towns that were founded here on this notion of self-government. So, Mr. Moderator, I have been speaking about this at the Charter Commission. I've spoken to at caucus. I've spoken to a number of town meeting members and online for over a year now. And the reason why that town meeting should go on record now, well, especially the board, now has decided last week to go down this path. And I commend the board for that. I know the chairman has discussed this many years ago. We discussed it at COPC a month ago, if you watched that meeting. And verbally, most COP members were in favor of this. So the controversy now is $125,000. Since the board has now set things in motion, Mr. Moderator, I don't feel it necessary for us to keep $125,000 on the table because we've come to the conclusion that the money is there and this is proceeding forward. But I will argue that it's important for us, the body, to go on record. And I want to amend this $125,000 to an amount of $1. And the reason for that is, and I say this respectfully, I don't say this disrespectfully, but we've seen powers change in the town. We've had 3 town managers, we've had 3 chairmen of the Board of Selectmen, and we've had a special election last year. And I'm not suggesting that things are going to change in the future, hopefully not. But what I'm saying is this way, this is memorialized. And hopefully, I respect the board's authority that this is their appointment. Hopefully, and I believe it's true, that there will be somewhat of an open process so that we can know that we will have an ease of access to legal counsel. Right now, we're precluded from that because of the cost, and I get it. We can't have 162 town meeting members accessing legal counsel. So for me, the next step would be, we know who.
Mr. DiNardo, how much longer do you need?
I'll have 1 minute, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you.
We know who and we know why. Now it's how are we going to do this? So from there, I just hope there'll be some sort of input allowed, and we'll go from there. But I think it's a good start that we're all in agreement of this. And in closing, I want to say, I know how some New England towns can be. And I could say I've found nothing but very, very kind people as I've gone throughout this town, even though we disagree on issues. So I hope we can continue that tone. Thank you. And Mr. Moderator, I have that in writing if you need it.
Thank you, Mr. DiNardo. Richard Cirque, Precinct 2, followed by David Golden, Precinct 7. And Mr. DiNardo, no need to amend your motion to amend. I understand that now the motion to amend is for $1, and we will continue to debate the motion to amend for $1 until there's a motion to close debate. And when we have a motion to close debate, we will then act on whether to close debate on Mr. DiNardo's motion to amend.
Point of order, Mr.
Yes, Mr. Weber.
Moderator. Point of order, I'd like to move the question on
Move the
amendment.
question. Thank you. Motion to close debate. It is not debatable. Is there anyone else who wishes to rise to be heard on this? Okay, that's it. Having said that, we're going to now go to the vote. It's a motion to close debate on Mr. DiNardo's motion to amend Article Subcommittee Report A, the main motion, to amend it by $1. Hearing no more discussion or questions at this time, we're going to go on this procedural motion to close debate. You can vote now. It is a 2/3 vote. You have 20 seconds. We will then determine whether or not it passes. It is a 2/3 quantum of vote on this procedural vote. If we do, in fact, vote to close debate, we will then go and vote on the motion to amend. Otherwise, we'll continue with the debate on the motion to amend. And the voting has now ended on this procedural motion to close debate. You will now see on the screen 51 say yes, 64 say no, 3 abstentions. The motion does not carry. We're going to continue first to go through the precincts to see how the precincts have voted. And you'll see precincts 4, 5, and 6 are being shown. We had 1, 2, and 3 earlier. Precincts 7, 8, and 9. This shows green, red, green, yes, red, no, yellow, abstention on those groups. Also in precincts 10, 11, and 12. We have all 3 colors for yes, no, and abstention. 13, 14, and 15 have voted. And we're going to conclude. We have 18 precincts. We're going to show 16, 17, and 18. We'll now continue with the debate on the motion to amend. Richard Cirque, Precinct 2. Mr. Cirque.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I believe that the views of the citizenry should be solicited and heard before any final decision is made on whether or not to appoint part-time in-house town council, and if so, on whom to appoint. There should be a public discussion regarding the scope of the board's search for applicants, which other similarly sized municipalities have part-time in-house town council in addition to their general town council, and if so, what their terms of engagement are. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, David Golden, Precinct 7, followed by Betty Cavaco, Chair of the Select Board. We are debating a motion to amend. Mr. Golden.
Good morning. Hot mic. Good morning, Mr. Moderator and fellow town meeting members. I rise today to request that Ms. Cavaco speak on this matter. I believe this is a moot point, although I am in support of in-house town council, and I've shared that with Mr. DiNardo. The Select Board has already taken action on this, and so I would like to hear from the chair.
Thank you, Betty Cavaco, Chair of the Select Board. Further discussion on Mr. DiNardo's motion to amend. Betty Cavaco.
Good morning again. As you all know, under the charter, only the Select Board has the authority to appoint town council. Additionally, you all know that the town council, professional architects, engineers do not require public procurement process under Massachusetts law. The board understands its authority and its responsibilities to Chapter 30B, which is procurement, and with that in mind, the board follow the previous practice when it comes to appointing town council, much like our predecessor boards. Reservitz and Bergeron is the third law firm appointed by the board over the past 12 months. Our appointment of RB Law is no different than what has transpired with both Setter Law and Anderson and Krieger Law appointments, all being listed on our post agenda as an administrative notes. Those are the facts. Now, we can certainly entertain some type of working together with town meeting members through the town manager to set up a process, but it's important to realize that the selectmen's authority is what it is. We've appointed town councilors, and that is under our purview. And, town meeting does not hire our legal team. It is strictly under our selectmen. And if anyone has any questions, I'm more than happy to answer those as well.
Thank you, Betty Cavaco. She is chair of the Plymouth Select Board. Any further discussion? Yes, Mr. Lynch, Kevin Lynch, is a town meeting member. Welcome, Mr. Lynch, to this morning's session.
Yes, Kevin Lynch, Precinct 5. I completely agree with Ms. Cavaco. It's the selectmen's job to hire town council, but yet I believe Mr. Donato is making a good point that we as town meeting should signal that we need help, and I thought that town meeting and select board were co-equal branches of government, and I think Mr. Donato is symbolically saying that we should have access just as the select board should have access to legal counsel when they have a question they have difficulty with. So I am voting yes for the $1 amendment there, and I would encourage all town meeting members to vote with Mr. Donato so that and I would love to, Ms. Cavaco, you asked, do we have any questions? Well, I guess the question I asked, if this goes into place, what assurance can we as town meeting, just not town meeting members, individually 162, but committee of precinct chairs, so it's limited to, let's say, 18. Will we have the same access that you have to town council?
Betty Cavaco responding to Mr. Lynch.
Well, there's really no if, because it's in place. The board has already voted to have this in-house town council.
Okay.
And like I said, I have spoken to Mr. Donato on this motion, and we don't have a problem coming up with some kind of an agreement that town meeting members will have access through the town manager's office to our legal counsel. We want to work together. So this isn't a stretch for us to try to come up with some kind of an agreement. Obviously, the town manager knows, but we also can't have 162 town meeting members, contacting our legal team without going through a process that we need, whether we decide what that structure looks like. But I can give you my word that there will be communication with town meeting members to come up with something that will give them access to our in-house legal counsel.
Just to repeat, I mentioned specifically not for the 162 to have access, but for the 18 chairs of each precinct. Will they have that same access that you, the 5 select board members, have? Similar, but not exactly, in line specifically with yours.
Well, they will have access, but they will have to go through the town manager's office.
So I take it you go through the town manager's office. Okay, and
We do.
so now it's town manager. Here he goes. If he could speak to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Derek Brindisi is the Plymouth Town Manager, further responding to a question from Kevin Lynch. Mr. Brindisi, welcome.
Yeah, thank you, and good morning to town meeting members. So the short answer to your question, Mr. Lynch, is yes.
Beautiful. Thank you.
But The caveat is, I think it's important that we set the rules of engagement on access. I've talked to the chair, I've talked to other board members. We think it's important to have a few town meeting members sit with myself to develop a policy that will go in front of the board for ratification in the future.
So going on record, I think we're hopefully have a understanding that you're very open to have a very, very similar access that the select board has for the select chairs, we'll call it, just select few, not all 162.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that I would.
Thank you.
I think there's other ideas as well.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion to amend? Hearing no other speakers coming forward, we're now going to be voting on Mr. DiNardo's motion to amend for $1. And when the light goes on, you can begin your voting on this motion to amend. It's a majority vote on the motion to amend. And town meeting is coming to you live from Plymouth North High School. When we are ready, you can vote now. Town meeting members are voting on a motion to amend presented by town meeting member Al DiNardo. He is of precinct 17, and it was increasing by $1. And town meeting members are now voting. Following the vote, we will see the results of the vote of town meeting members, and then we will go to the main motion. This is coming to you from Plymouth North High School. It is our first session of the fall annual town meeting. The voting has concluded, and at this time, we're going to see what the vote is on this. And we have 63 who say yes, 55 who say no, and 2 abstentions. We're scrolling through the precincts. If you do have a question on your handset, it's available. The assistant town moderator is here to help and work with OTI Technologies. And as we're scrolling through the precincts, if you have a procedural question, do you want to come to the microphone? Go ahead.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Moderator. Nate Siegel, Precinct 14. Just a procedural question. Are we going to be given the text of what we're voting on the screen and or a timer? I believe it's been a while, but I believe we used to get that when we were here in person.
I did ask about the timer. I've been told that they would look into it, but the timer currently is not available, but the light is on.
Would you be able to refresh us? How much time are we getting? Is it 30 seconds?
20 seconds.
20 seconds. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And we're scrolling through the precincts 16, 17, and 18. Again, the motion passes. So we now have a new main motion as amended, which is increased by $1. And further discussion on the main motion as amended before we take a vote. If not, we're going to be taking a vote on... yes. We are voting on Mr. Canty's main motion that is in your book. It is a vote to amend the votes under Article 7A, Subcommittee Report A, by decreasing the original appropriation. And the amount originally moved was $15,216,595. The new amount, $15,216,596. No? That's what's showing my book, Jeanette. Lynn Barrett, Director of Finance, further responding.
The first motion is Subcommittee A report, which just got amended by $1. So the total decrease would be $339,749. That's my understanding.
That's correct, yes. That's the decrease. So we're now going to the main motion. It's been decreased by $1 because of the extra dollar added under the motion to amend. Any further questions? If not, we're going to go to the motion under Subcommittee Report A. And when the light goes on, you can begin to vote. And again, if you have questions with your handset, you can vote now. Questions with your handset, you can certainly speak to the Assistant Town Moderator. Town meeting members are voting. This is coming to you live on Saturday, October 15th, at Plymouth North High School. We are in our morning session of town meeting, and we are voting on a motion under Subcommittee Report A. And at this time, town meeting members are voting. The voting has concluded. We're now going to see what the vote is. And town meeting has completed their vote. 118 say yes, 6 say no, 0 abstentions. The motion carries. We're going through the precincts. We're showing first precincts 1, 2, and 3, precincts 4, 5, and 6. We're continuing through the precincts. I'll tell you, I have a monitor. I can see the band room and the microphone. I can see in the library we have some upcoming speakers on another article assembled in the library. Precincts 10, 11, and 12 are shown on the screen. We're continuing through precincts 13, 14, and 15 as we scroll through 18 precincts, 16, 17, 18. This is an opportunity for town meeting members to check the record of your vote, also for the public to see the vote of your elected town meeting members. At this point, we're going to go to motion under Subcommittee Report B. Mr. Canty moves the town vote to amend the votes taken under Article 7A, Subcommittee Report B, by decreasing the original appropriation by $383,259, items 16 to 30, for the purposes as listed in the Articles 2A and 2B fiscal 23 budget amendments. Report attached these motions, and further decrease by $383,259 the amount raised from the 2023 tax levy. Mr. Canty.
I do not need to be heard in regards to the motion for Subcommittee Report B.
Thank you. Any further discussion? If not, we're going to be taking a separate vote on each of these. We'll now be taking a vote on the motion under Subcommittee Report B. When the light goes on, you can vote once again. You're voting on the motion for Subcommittee Report B. The light is on. You can now vote. Town meeting members are voting. Town meeting is in its first session. This is the fall annual town meeting. We have a warrant of 22 articles. Town meeting is now deliberating and debating the motions that are coming before town meeting on these articles. And we're continuing to vote now on a motion for Subcommittee Report B under Article 2. The voting has concluded. We'll now once again see the results of the vote. Town meeting members, 119 yes, no, 1, 0 abstentions. The motion carries. We are now again scrolling through the precincts. We're at 4, 5, and 6. Town meeting members can see the results of the vote and the record of the votes. Precincts 7, 8, and 9 are now shown on the screen, and we're continuing to go through the precincts 10, 11, and 12. The votes are being recorded. They're being shown. Precincts 13, 14, and 15 are once again shown on the screen, and we finish with our last three, 16, 17, and 18. All precincts are shown. Continuing into Article 2, we have a motion for Subcommittee Report C. Mr. Canty moves the town vote to amend the votes taken under Article 7A, Subcommittee Report C, by increasing the original appropriation by $75,000, items 31 to 42, for the purposes as listed in the Articles 2A, 2B, fiscal 23 budget amendments. Report attached to these motions, and further to increase by $75,000 the amount raised from the 2023 tax levy. Any further discussion on Subcommittee Report C? Hearing none, we're going to go to the vote. When the light goes on, you can begin your voting now. You're voting on Subcommittee Report C. It's a majority vote. All of these votes are roll calls since they are being done electronically. Town meeting is now in session, and town meeting members have had multiple votes, both substantive as well as procedural. The voting continues, and town meeting members are showing their vote by using a handset. The voting has now concluded. We will now see the results of the vote for Subcommittee Report C. Town meeting members are here in their opening session. 124 yes, no, 0, abstentions 0. Precincts 1, 2, and 3 were shown. Precincts 4, 5, and 6 are now being shown to town meeting members and to the public watching on PAC TV. Precincts 7, 8, and 9. We're coming to you live from Plymouth North High School. Town meeting members are assembled in the Center for Performing Arts as well as in the band room. We have additional people joining us in the library. Precincts 13, 14, and 15. And finally, we have 18 precincts, 16, 17, and 18. We'll now move to motion subcommittee report D. Mr. Canty moves the town vote to amend the votes taken under Article 7A, subcommittee report D, by increasing the original appropriation by $549,000, items 43 to 47 for the purposes as listed in the Articles 2A and 2B fiscal 2023 budget amendments. Report attached to these motions, and further to increase by $549,000 the amount raised from the 2023 tax levy. Any further discussion on the motion under subcommittee report D? Hearing none, we're going to go to the vote. The light goes on, you can begin your voting. We're voting on subcommittee report D. You can vote now. Town meeting members are voting. They're voting from the Center for Performing Arts as well as in a mask-only room, the band room. Town meeting is coming to you live from Plymouth North High School on October 15th. Town meeting members are voting on a motion under subcommittee report D, Article 2, containing the warrant, and that completes the voting for subcommittee report D. We'll see the results of the voting. Town meeting members have been using an electronic voting system. Precincts 1, 2, and 3 are being shown on the motion for subcommittee report D. We're continuing on precincts 4, 5, and 6. Town meeting members can see the record of the voting. Also, all of you watching can see how your town meeting member has voted. 7, 8, and 9 are being displayed. Now 10, 11, and 12. We now have 18 precincts in the town of Plymouth. Precincts 13, 14, and 15 are being displayed. And finally, we're going to finish with precincts 16, 17, and 18. That concludes the vote. And we'll now move to Article 2B. It is a supplemental budget enterprise fund, and we have before us a motion under Article 2B, Subcommittee Report G, Water Budget. Mr. Canty moves to amend the votes taken under Article 7B by increasing the amount appropriated for the water budget, other expenditures, line 71 by $38,000, and by decreasing the amount appropriated for water budget, water enterprise debt, line 72 by $117,500 as detailed below and on the attached Articles 2A and 2B fiscal 2023 budget amendments report, and further to decrease the amount raised by water receipts by $79,000 to fund the Water Enterprise Fund. You have a spreadsheet before you. Mr. Canty, do you care to be heard?
Yes, Mr. Moderator. So similar to Article 2A, the Advisory and Finance Committee heard Article 2B as one item. However, it's being presented to you in a way that is consistent with how you vote on the enterprise budgets in the spring town meeting for the same reasons that you consumed Article 2A in the way that you did, for consistency's sake. So, with that in mind, in a unanimous vote of 10 in favor, 0 opposed, and no abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 2B. Approval of this article will increase the fiscal year 2023 Enterprise Fund operating budget by $602,804, as detailed and explained in the materials.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Subcommittee Report G? If not, we'll have a vote on the motion for Subcommittee Report G. When the light comes on, you can begin your voting. Town meeting members are voting with a handset. You can vote now. They have a handset with a keypad, allowing them to vote electronically. We can then record the votes electronically. This is coming to you live from Plymouth North High School on Saturday, October 15. We began at 8 a.m. Town meeting members will continue throughout the warrant, throughout the day, and they voted for an adjourned session in 2 weeks if they do not conclude. The voting has ended on Subcommittee Report G, Water Budget. We'll now see the results of the voting. 124 yes, 1 no, 0 abstentions. The motion carries. Precincts 1, 2, and 3 were shown. We're now showing precincts 4, 5, and 6. We have 162 town meeting members. Precincts 7, 8, and 9. We now have 18 precincts. And we're continuing to show the votes for precincts 10, 11, and 12. Town meeting members are voting in the Center for Performing Arts and in the band room, precincts 13, 14, and 15. And we are concluding with precincts 16, 17, and 18 for Subcommittee Report G. We now have Subcommittee Report G, Sewer Budget. And Mr. Canty moves to amend the votes taken under Article 7C by decreasing the amount appropriated for sewer budget by $989,696 as detailed below and on the attached Articles 2A and 2B Fiscal 2023 Budget Amendments Report, and further to decrease the amount raised by sewer receipts by $989,696 to fund the Sewer Enterprise Fund. You have a spreadsheet. Mr. Canty has spoken already regarding this article. Any further discussion? If not, we're going to vote on Subcommittee Report G, Sewer Budget. When the light comes on, town meeting members can vote, and you can vote now. This is a majority vote. All of these votes are roll call since we are using electronic voting, is supported by OTI Technologies. They are here today. We are joined by Samuel Franklin and Drew Chase of OTI Technologies, who are supporting us at this session of town meeting. Vote is now over for Subcommittee Report G, Sewer Budget. We'll now see the vote of town meeting members. 121 yes, 1 no, 0 abstentions. Town meeting members are now doing a number of electronic votes. Precincts 1, 2, and 3 were shown. Precincts 4, 5, and 6. As we continue to go through the motions that are being moved today in connection with the warrant that has warned town meeting and voters in the town as to the matters coming before town meeting. 10, 11, 12 were shown, now 13, 14, and 15 as we are scrolling through the precincts for the vote, 16, 17, and 18. And at this time, we're going to move to Subcommittee Report G, Solid Waste Budget. Mr. Canty moves to amend the votes taken under Article 7D by increasing the amount appropriated for solid waste budget, solid waste other expenditures, line 80 by $17,000, as detailed below and on the attached Articles 2A and 2B Fiscal 2023 Budget Amendments Report, and further to increase the solid waste receipts by $17,000 to fund the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund. Any further discussion on Subcommittee Report G, Solid Waste Budget? If not, we're going to go to a vote. We're going to have a vote when the light goes on, and I will also announce it. The light is on. You can now vote on Subcommittee Report G, Solid Waste Budget. We are continuing as town meeting members are voting with a handset with a keypad. They are voting electronically in order to be able to record the vote. They have 20 seconds in which to complete the voting for each vote, and we've now completed Subcommittee Report G, Solid Waste Budget. The results will be shown on the screen. 125 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention. Precincts 1, 2, and 3 are being shown on the screen. We're continuing with precincts 4, 5, and 6. The yellow is an abstention. The greens are a yes. If we had a no, it would be red. Precincts 7, 8, and 9 are now being shown. Town meeting members are checking to make sure their vote has been recorded. Precincts 10, 11, and 12. We're going through the warrant. We're going through the motions. Town meeting members continue to vote. Precincts 13, 14, and 15. This is under Article 2B, and we're going to conclude with precincts 16, 17, and 18. We'll now go to Subcommittee Report G, Airport Budget. And Mr. Canty moves to amend the votes taken under Article 7E by increasing the amount appropriated for the airport budget, Airport Personal Services, line 83, by $25,000, and by increasing the amount appropriated for airport budget, Airport Other Expenditures, line 84, by $630,000, as detailed below and on the attached Articles 2A and 2B, Fiscal 23 Budget Amendments Report, and further to increase the airport receipts by $655,000 to fund the Airport Enterprise Fund. You have a spreadsheet. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote on Subcommittee Report G, Airport Budget. When the light goes on, you can begin voting. Vote now. Town meeting members are now voting on Subcommittee Report G, Airport Budget. It's coming to you live from Plymouth North High School on Saturday, October 15. We begin at 8 a.m. We are in person, and we are in 3 rooms at Plymouth North High School. The voting on Subcommittee Report G is on the airport budget, and at this time, the voting has concluded, and we will see the results of the vote as displayed on the screen so that we may check the record. 116 yes, 3 no, 4 abstentions. It carries. Precincts 1, 2, and 3 are now being displayed, followed by precincts 4, 5, and 6. And we're continuing to scroll through all 18 precincts of town meeting, 162 members. Precincts 7, 8, and 9 are shown on your screen. Town meeting members have been voting this morning. Precincts 10, 11, and 12. The town clerk keeps a record of the votes. Precincts 13, 14, and 15 after town meeting. People may check votes by contacting the town clerk. Precincts 16, 17, and 18. We're now moving to Article 3. We have a motion under Article 3 for unpaid bills of a prior year. Mr. Canty moves the town appropriate the sum of $17,060.25 by transferring $525 from the fiscal 2023 town clerk budget, all other expenses, by transferring $7,705 from the fiscal 2023 community preservation budget, administrative expenses, and by transferring $8,830.25 from the fiscal 2023 Department of Public Works budget, personal services, to pay certain unpaid bills of a prior year as follows. You have a spreadsheet. This is a 4/5 vote. Mr. Canty.
In a unanimous vote of 10 in favor, none in opposition, and 0 abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 3. Approval of this article will authorize the Finance Department to process the outstanding invoices from fiscal year 2022 as detailed and explained in the materials.
Further discussion on Article 3? If not, we're going to move to the vote. When the light goes on, you can begin voting. I will also announce it for those in the other room. Town meeting will be voting on Article 3. You can vote now. You're voting on the unpaid bills of a prior year. This is a 4/5 vote, and all votes are electronic, and therefore they are all roll call votes. Town meeting members continue this morning to be actively voting on multiple motions, both the main motions as well as some procedural motions. Voting ends at this point for Article 3. The results of the vote will now show, and the votes are 124 yes, no 1, abstention 0. It carries by more than 4/5. We're scrolling through the precincts. We've shown 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 are now being shown as we scroll through the precincts, and we're continuing precincts 7, 8, and 9. We will next be moving to Article 4. Precincts 10, 11, and 12 are now shown on the monitor. Town meeting members have been voting. 13, 14, and 15 are shown on the monitor. And we will finish with our last 3 precincts, 16, 17, and 18. And at this time, we're moving to Article 4, which is capital recommendations. And we do have first the A group of capital recommendations, and we have a request to divide the question and a request to have each one voted separately, and we will do that. And at this time, Mr. Canty moves the town appropriate the sum of $1,198,668 to pay the costs of various capital projects as shown below, including all costs incidental or related thereto, and that to meet this appropriation, $1,072,120 shall be transferred from free cash, and $126,540 shall be transferred from the Environmental Affairs Fund. Mr. Canty.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So similar to some of the other articles earlier, this is an article that you are going to be taking multiple votes on because of separate motions that were requested. However, the Advisory and Finance Committee took up Article 4 as one item, and with that in mind, in a unanimous vote of 11 in favor, none in opposition, and no abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve the Article 4 capital appropriations listed and detailed in the materials.
Further discussion on Article 4A1, Store Pond Dam Inspection. All of these will be a majority vote. Any discussion? If not, we're going to go to the vote under Article 4A1. When the light goes on, you can vote now. You're voting on 4A1, the Store Pond Dam Inspection. Again, we had a motion to divide. I granted that motion. We're handling each of these items separately. Town meeting is now voting on Article 4A1, Store Pond Dam Inspection. Town meeting members are continuing through the warrant. Voting has concluded on Article 4A1. The votes will be shown 123 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention. We're going through the precincts again. Precincts 1, 2, and 3 were shown. Precincts 4, 5, and 6, you'll see again an abstention is a yellow, green is a yes. Precincts 7, 8, and 9 are shown, and a red is a no. Precincts 10, 11, and 12. We're continuing to go through the precincts 13, 14, and 15, and we'll conclude with precincts 16, 17, and 18. We're now going to move to the next item, motion on Article 4A2, the Jenny Arms House Pond Dam Inspection. Any further discussion on item 4A2? If not, we're going to go to the vote under Article 4A2. When the light goes on, you can vote now. You're voting on Article 4A2, the Jenny Arms House Pond Dam Inspection. That is a motion under Article 4A2, and town meeting is voting on that. We have people available to answer questions if you have questions. And at this time, town meeting is voting, and the voting has ended on 4A2. The results of the vote will be shown, and 119 yes, 0 no. We have 3 abstentions. Again, we will scroll through the precincts, 1, 2, and 3, followed by 4, 5, and 6. Town meeting continues live on Saturday, October 15th. Coming to you live from Plymouth North High School. Precincts 7, 8, and 9 are now being shown, followed by precincts 10, 11, and 12. And we're continuing under this article, precincts 13, 14, and 15. And finally, we will show precincts 16, 17, and 18. And as we do that, we're moving to Article 4A4, Age and Dementia Assessment. Any further discussion on that? If not, we're going to be going to the vote on Article 4A4, and town meeting will vote. The light is on. You may now vote. Article 4A4, Age and Dementia Assessment. Town meeting members are voting on that. These are individual votes under Article 4, the A1, A8 capital recommendations. Town meeting members are voting on Article 4A4, Age and Dementia Assessment, and the voting has concluded. Town meeting members are using their handset with a keypad for the electronic voting. The results are 117 yes, 5 no, 3 abstentions. The motion carries, and we will continue to scroll through the precincts, and we have precincts 4, 5, and 6 being shown, and we have continued on precincts 7, 8, and 9 are being shown, and we're going to continue to show the precincts. Precincts 10, 11, and 12 are being shown, and we're going to continue to show the precincts 13, 14, and 15, and finally we have our last 3 precincts, 16, 17, and 18. We're going to move to Article 4A5, Jenny Pond Bypass Project, and we will now have discussion. Town meeting member Betsy Hall, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, and good morning to fellow town meeting members. I would like to first let people know that the Department of Marine and Environmental Affairs has listed on their website a 10-year review of all the projects that they have provided to the town for the last 10 years, including $66 million in grants. And I would like to ask the Director of Marine and Environmental Affairs to bring us up to date on the Jenny Pond history and this particular project, and if this is the end of what they'll be doing on Jenny Pond, but and I think it is the last project for a while, but what is the foreseen Jenny Pond project for the future? Thank you.
Thank you. Betsy Halls from Precinct 16. David Gould is the Director of the Department of Marine and Environmental Affairs. Good morning and welcome, David Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. David Gould, Director of Marine and Environmental Affairs. There are several projects at Jenny Pond. The bypass project's related to some dam repairs that need to be done to the structure. So this funding that is up for a vote today is to allow us to finish the design and permitting of both the bypass, which is related to the dam repairs, as well as the dam repairs themselves. Approximately half the funding is coming from grant money. The other half is coming from the Environmental Affairs Fund. That'll bring us to final design and all the permits in hand. As far as construction goes, we've submitted a NOAA application for the majority of the funding in the amount of $6 million. We hope to hear about that back in November. The other project related to Jenny is a dredging project, of which half the funding was approved by town meeting from CPA funds. The other matching half of that is also included within that $6 million request to NOAA.
David Gould. Any further discussion under Article 4A5? If not, we're going to go to a vote. Yes? Please come to the microphone. Nancy Davis is a town meeting member, and she has risen and has been recognized to speak. And Nancy Davis, again, thank you for your performance of the national anthem this morning.
Welcome. How does it change the pathway in terms of the design in the Jenny Gristmill area? Does it significantly alter how it looks in Brewster Gardens?
David Gould, again, the Director of Marine and Environmental Affairs. Mr. Gould, responding.
So there's 2 reasons essentially for the construction of the bypass channel. The bypass channel will increase the flow through the dam structure itself. Because it's an older dam with the gristmill immediately behind it, the ability to increase and enlarge the size of the spillway is almost impossible. So the spillway is essentially a channel that will run down. If you're looking at the mill from Spring Lane, it's that pedestrian walkway. There'll be a channel that will allow water to convey through that and go down to Town Brook immediately downstream of Jenny Gristmill. So it won't alter any water flows or appearances downstream of Brewster Gardens. It'll simply allow us to provide for more flow around the dam structure when we get these larger rainfall events that we've been having and will continue to have. So it'll allow us to meet the dam safety requirements, and at the same time, that bypass also allows for improved fish passage for the herring run at that location.
Thank you, David Gould. Further discussion? If not, we'll take a vote under Article 4A5. When the light comes on, you can begin your voting. Voting now. We are voting electronically. OTI Technologies is supporting us. We have Samuel Franklin and Drew Chase here available to support town meeting members with their handset keypads and to help us with the tabulations on the electronic voting. Town meeting is coming to you live from Plymouth North High School, and the voting has concluded on Article 4A5. Town meeting members have finished their voting. We will now look at the vote. 119 say yes, 1 says no, 2 abstentions. Precincts 1, 2, and 3 are being shown. We're going through the precincts 4, 5, and 6. As we continue to go through the warrant, through the motions, town meeting members have been voting precincts 7, 8, and 9. I did have one town meeting member indicate their vote was not counted. You can get up with a point of order to correct us before the vote is ended. Precincts 10, 11, and 12. We're going through the precincts to confirm the votes. Precincts 13, 14, and 15. Town meeting members are voting from 18 precincts, precincts 16, 17, and 18. We now move to the next vote, Article 4A6, replace equipment 2008 pumping engine. Any questions in connection with this particular Article 4A6? First, we're going to call on, I believe that's Mr. Neville, who has not yet spoken. If you can come forward, or the person is at the microphone. Go ahead.
Good morning. I'm Peter Neville. I'm from Precinct 10. Just a question as to why this particular item is shown here and not following motion 4B 2.
I believe that the response initially would be is that we put in the B section items involving borrowing. In this particular Article 4A6 does not involve borrowing. Lynn Barrett, do you care to further respond to the question from Mr. Neville, or would we have Mr. Foley? Lynn Barrett is the Director of Finance. Good morning, Lynn Barrett.
Yeah, the reason for the difference is because of the funding source, because borrowing requires a 2/3 vote and free cash requires a majority vote.
Thank you, Lynn. Could I ask another question?
Yes, please.
In terms of just the overall process here, I'm under the impression that everything we're voting on is basically additions to the motions that we passed at the Springtown meeting, which did not include any town meeting members from the new precincts, but that's a separate matter. So are we adding, Lynn, are we adding to the total operating budget that we approved at the Springtown meeting for fiscal year 23?
Lynn Barrett.
So Articles 2A and 2B were adjustments to the operating budget that we voted in the Springtown meeting, general fund and enterprise funds. This article is voting either capital or other studies, projects that were part of the fiscal 23 capital improvement plan. CIC reviewed these projects in early September and ranked them. That report is included in your books. The items that are coming before you from CIC met certain criteria that town manager had put forth, was items that either were emergency in nature, projects that required a grant match, and the grant, there was some time-sensitive issues going on with that grant, and then also either things that were going on in the economy, like supply chain issues and the time frame of if we ordered a fire truck, how long it was going to take for us to actually get that piece of equipment could be up to almost 2 years. So that's why you're seeing those items at this fall town meeting versus the annual town meeting. The annual town meeting usually includes most of the annual capital projects that we do at that time, and that will be for fiscal 24 next year.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Further discussion? Michael Babini, good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mike Babini, Precinct 3. I just had a question probably for the chief on the, when this truck goes out of service, the existing truck, will that still be used by the town? Will it be sold, auctioned? And if it is sold or auctioned, will it be credited towards this price?
Question from Michael Babini to Neil Foley, Fire Chief, Town of Plymouth. Good morning, Chief Foley.
Good morning, Mr. Moderator. Thank you. Mr. Babini, we'll evaluate any of the vehicles that we do take out of service, whether it comes off a frontline service and becomes a reserve engine to replace one of our other reserve engines, or if we deem it that it is not in the condition that would allow it for that service, then we would be looking to either scrap it or sell it.
And if you sell it, will that money go back into the general fund, or maybe that's a Lynn question?
Thank you. And further responding, Lynn Barrett. She is the Director of Finance. Lynn Barrett.
So when something's deemed obsolete or up for auction, anything that was either purchased through the general fund, that money would return to the general fund. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Continuing with the debate, we have Kevin Lynch. Mr. Lynch.
Yes, hi. Kevin Lynch, Precinct 5. I think Peter Neville's question, simple answer is yes, we are adding money to the budget from last year. But now this, Chief Foley, so I wrote this out, so please excuse me if I'm not that fluid with this, but over the past 14 years, Engine 2 has responded to over 1,600 incidents annually. So this is to average out to approximately a little over 4 incidents per day. Now, the number of incidents cited would approximately be 22,400 incidents since 2008. My question is this: of these 22,400 incidents that Engine 2 responded to since 2008, how many incidents required an Engine 2 piece of equipment, which is classified as an E1 Typhoon pumping engine, that has the specifications being equipped with 750-gallon water tank? Now, this is, has a weight of, I don't know the weight of a pound of, a gallon of water, but I approximated 8 pounds. So in simple terms, you're sending out a truck with 6,000 pounds of water, 4 firefighters to respond to incidents. How many incidents were there that Typhoon pumping engine specifically designed for?
Chief Neil Foley, Plymouth Fire Department. Mr. Foley responding, Kevin Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Andre. So the engine that responds to any emergency within the town of Plymouth is multifaceted. It has, you're correct, a pump. It has a tank with water. They have ladders. They have medical equipment. We have extrication equipment for car accidents. We have tools and devices that we use on hazmat incidents. The list goes on. The role of the fire department over the years has grown immensely, and the responsibilities have gone from putting out fires to responding to violent incidents. So the equipment over the years has changed quite a bit, but they are all equipped for the emergencies that they respond to.
Thank you.
My specific question, the E1 Typhoon pumping engine, that is how many incidents, that was, if it comes off the assembly line, this is what it's designed for. How many incidents was it sent out to that it was designed for, specifically?
All of them.
So it's, whoa, I will, let's say, go down to your office, and I'd like to look at the specific. I'm just asking, this is town meeting. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I'm just asking this because I think there needs to be a conversation about how we as a town are actually operating as far as the fire department goes. As you said, many, many different incidents, And is it one size fits all? Is that what you're saying? We must send out a truck that was a pumping engine that was designed to, we'll call it, fight fires. I'm asking questions because my constituents are asking these questions. So I'm trying to go and word it as best I can. Why is it a fully equipped firefighting truck is sent out for these? And can there be a different approach? Is there a different approach?
We're always looking at different approaches on how we can enhance our response and different alternatives that we could do. But essentially, at the end of the day, we have the amount of staff that we have that can respond to incidents. And if we were to take any of that staff and put them, say, into a different vehicle that is specifically designed for hazmat, medical response, a car accident, not only would the amount of our fleet vehicles increase immensely, but so would our staffing. Would have to increase to go along with it. So there's always a balance that goes back and forth with that, but we are always looking at the alternatives. We're looking at what the industry standards are, and we're adapting as much as we can when we see appropriate.
Mr. Lynch, before you proceed, you've exceeded your time. How much additional time do you need? We have other people queued who want to speak.
Beautiful. One last thing. So I'll look forward, Chief, sitting down with you and seeing the different alternatives that you have actually looked at so that going forward, I can answer my constituents' questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin Lynch. Let's come forward now to the microphone. Yes, we have a motion. Yes.
Jeff DeLapp, Precinct 13. I move the question.
Motion to close debate. Do we have any other town meeting members who wish to be recognized? I see at least one in this room, and unless we have any others in the band room, we'll now move forward on the motion to close debate. It's not debatable. It's a 2/3 vote. You are moving as to whether to close debate on Article 4A6. We will, when the light goes on, vote as to whether to close debate. You can vote now. It is a 2/3 vote, is the quantum of vote on this procedural motion for Mr. DeLapp to close the debate on Article 4A6. This is coming to you live from Plymouth North High School. We're located on Aubrey Street. We are in person. We have 3 rooms where we have people participating. Article 4A6, a procedural motion to close debate. That voting has ended. We're now going to see the results of the vote. The vote is as follows. 81 say yes, 41 say no, 0 abstentions. It does not carry by 2/3 vote. We'll have the next speaker come forward and be ready to speak once we go through the votes. Yes, Mr. Neville.
Point of order, my vote was not recorded.
How did you vote?
And I voted no.
Voted no. Again, the motion fails. Thank you. Peter Neville is a no. We're scrolling through the precincts, and once we go through them, we will then hear from our next speaker. Precincts 13, 14, and 15, and now precincts 16, 17, and 18 are shown. And we're now going to continue. Good morning and welcome. Come to the microphone.
Good morning, Mr. Moderator. George Brown, Precinct 7.
Thank you.
For the record, the fire department is a very versatile organization. When the fire department has to respond, they need to be available while they respond. So we may have a car accident, which is very light and can be handled by Brewster, but we respond a fire truck because it may be the first one there. It may have to do extrication. It may have to douse the vehicle, and it may have to assist in the first aid. But at the same time, it's fully staffed so that as soon as it's not necessary there, it can respond to other needs in our community. Fire service vehicles are very multi-purpose. It comes out of the factory. E1 produces an engine device to our specification, as it did in 2008, and we will do again. It takes about 2 years to get one out of the factory now. But it will have what we need on it, which may be a jaws of life. It may have equipment for exhausting out hazardous materials. That is the specification of the fire department to put that together to meet the needs of the town of Plymouth. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll continue with the discussion under Article 4A6. Peter Neville.
Mr. Moderator, when someone moves the question, are you recording the person that's moving the question? Is that part of the record for the town meeting?
It is.
Thank you.
Further discussion? If not, we'll go and vote on Article 4A6. When the light goes on, you'll be voting. It's a majority vote. Town meeting has been voting on both main substantive motions, procedural motions. You're voting now. You're voting on Article 4A6. This is coming to you live from Plymouth North High School. We are in person. We are on Aubrey Street. We are assembled in 3 rooms at Plymouth North High School. Town meeting is voting electronically. Handset keypads provided by OTI Technologies. They are supporting us at this town meeting. And the voting now has concluded on Article 4A6. We will now see the totals. 115 yes, 9 no, 1 abstentions. The motion carries. Precincts 1, 2, and 3 are being shown. We're going to scroll through all the precincts 4, 5, and 6. We have had a few town meeting members rise if their vote was not shown. Precincts 7, 8, and 9. We have 18 precincts in the town of Plymouth now. We have 162 town meeting members. We're continuing precincts 10, 11, and 12. Town meeting members in the Center for Performing Arts. We also have town meeting members assembled in the band room with Second Assistant Town Moderator Karen Bukes presiding. Precincts 16, 17, and 18. And that concludes.
Mr. Moderator,
yes.
I voted yes. Again, I think it's corrected now, but it wasn't working.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Babini. And a further, yes. Rayon Glenn from 11, and you are yes? Yes, thank you. And a couple more points of order. Yes, please rise. And your name? Kathleen? Thank you. Okay. And at this time, and if you have questions with your handset keypads, you can also check with OTI Technologies. Nicole Manfredi, Assistant Town Moderator, anything you'd care to add regarding the handsets? We're good? Yeah, we're told to make sure you wait for the light. Article 4A7, case cracker recording replacement. Any discussion under Article 4A7? Yes? Good morning.
Good morning. Mark Pulcinelli, Precinct 1. Just a few questions. Could someone tell me how old the current system is that's looking to be replaced?
Thank you. We have both the Director of Finance, Lynn Barrett, and also Plymouth Police Chief Dana Flynn responding to a question from Mark Pulcinelli. Chief Flynn, good morning and welcome. Many of you may not realize in an earlier life, Chief Flynn was a town meeting member.
Morning, town meeting reps, Chief Dana Flynn, Police Department. The current system we have was bought in the early 2000s. We use the system to record interviews and bookings within the department. We were notified that the current system is no longer supported, or the current system we have is no longer supported for its system upgrades. We use this system to coincide with our policy and the best practices within, if you will, the police industry.
Thank you. Mr. Pulcinelli, further questions?
Just wondering if there's any defects other than it being out of warranty, and if there's any supply chain issues with in regards to receiving it in timely.
Chief Dana Flynn.
As far as the defects, there are none, but when we went to do the latest update, we were told that we would not support it. We do have a supplier who can immediately supply it as soon as the money is approved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Further discussion? We are debating Article 4A7. Yes, please come forward. No, I don't see anyone. Thank you. At this time, we're going to have the vote. When the light goes on, you'll be voting on Article 4A7. Vote now. You're voting on a case cracker recording replacement. Town meeting members are voting electronically. They're using a handset keypad to allow them to vote electronically, which is being then recorded, all of the votes. We're coming to you live from Plymouth North High School. We're going through the warrant, and voting has concluded. You'll now see the totals of the vote for Article 4A7, 123 yes, 2 no, 2 abstentions. It carries. It's a majority vote. We're going through the precincts. 1, 2, and 3 were shown. 4, 5, and 6. We have 162 town meeting members in 18 precincts. 7, 8, and 9 now being shown. Following town meeting, you can get the official record from the town clerk. Precincts 10, 11, and 12. We're continuing 13, 14, and 15. And we're going to finish with the final precincts 16, 17, and 18. Yes, Susan Page. And Susan, how did you vote? Yes, Susan Page is a yes. Thank you, Page. Further discussion? Okay, thank you. We're going to continue now with Article 4A8. It is a website upgrade and 311 system. Does anyone care to be heard on this particular item before we vote? If not, we're going to go to the vote, and it'll again be, when the light goes on, it'll be the electronic voting of town meeting members. A majority vote in the A group. You're voting now. You're voting now on the website upgrade and 311 system, and town meeting is continuing in the warrant. We will be having our morning recess within 2 hours from the start of town meeting. It will be a 15-minute recess and coffee and refreshments being provided in the cafeteria. That concludes the voting under the A group, and we're going to see the final vote. We have 117 yes, 3 no, 2 abstentions. It carries. Precincts 1, 2, and 3 are being shown. 2 town meeting members. We're going to continue precincts 4, 5, and 6. Town meeting has been voting electronically. Precincts 7, 8, and 9. Precincts, we have 18 precincts. Precincts 10, 11, and 12 are now being shown to town meeting members. Precincts 13, 14, and 15 are being shown on the display. We conclude with precincts 16, 17, and 18. That concludes the A group. Under Article 4, the B group begin with a town boat ramp reconstruction. And Mr. Canty moves the town appropriates the sum of $1,651,516 to pay costs of the town boat ramp reconstruction and for the payment of all costs incidental or related thereto. That to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to borrow said amount under and pursuant to Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44, or pursuant to any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town, therefore, and that the treasurer or other town official, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to contract for and expend any federal or state aid available for the project. This is a 2/3 vote. Mr. Canty.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The A group items all required a simple majority. They were originally going to be moved as one, but there was a request by a town meeting member to divide them, so they were so divided. The B group items require a 2/3 majority, so these were always intended for you as town meeting members to vote on individually. Nevertheless, the Advisory and Finance Committee heard this as part of Article 4, and just to refresh folks, as one item in regards to Article 4, and just to refresh folks as to our recommendation as to Article 4, in a unanimous vote of 11 in favor, none in opposition, and no abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve the Article 4 capital improvement appropriations listed in the materials, including all of the B group items.
Thank you. Kevin Canty is the chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee. If you can come down front to the microphone to be heard. And we're continuing with the debate under Article 4B1. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Moderator and town meeting. It's nice to be back here.
And can you identify?
Brendan Brady, Precinct 10. I was
you,
actually
Brendan.
hoping Mr. Gould would speak on this because I think one of the intentions was to increase commercial access by renovating this ramp. But one of the concerns raised at our caucus was there's really only 3 additional spots for parking over on Town Wharf. So I don't understand how having a second ramp improves commercial fishermen's ability to use it, where if they have nowhere to put their vehicles. So it seems like a hefty price tag to not actually generate much more in terms of commercial revenue. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. And David Gould, once again, is the Director, Department of Marine and Environmental Affairs, and he is joined by
Chad Hunter, Harbor Master.
Thank you, Chad.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and good morning, town meeting members. So parking is absolutely a difficulty that we see, but this area here, we're actually looking to increase loading and offloading access as well. So in cases where the state ramp is extremely busy, weekends, holidays, some of the aquaculture landings are time sensitive in the fact that it's a live seafood product. They need to get it to refrigerated trucks within an hour of harvest, so this would help facilitate that.
Thank you. That's Chad Hunter. He is the Harbor Master for the town of Plymouth. Further discussion coming to the microphone. Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Christopher Houle, Precinct 14. Just a question, is this ramp, would this be restricted use to only commercial entities, or would there be an outlet for the general public to use it as well?
Chad Hunter responding to Christopher Houle.
So that's a great question. I have the 2017 Harbor Management Plan that was, we reached out to the public, community, stakeholders, recreational boaters, commercial fishermen. This ramp was sort of designed with a commercial focus, but after this plan, we also had an issue where the state boat ramp was under construction through the entire summer. And this one ramp actually supported all activity, both recreational and commercial, while that was down. So if we had a situation where we needed to use it for all access, then it gives us a plan B in those cases.
But just to clarify, so otherwise, in other circumstances, in most circumstances, it would be restricted to commercial use.
Commercial use, yes, correct.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. I might encourage town meeting members to not queue. If you got other open mics, go to the open mics. Wrestling Brewster.
Yes, Wrestling Brewster, Chair of Precinct 15. I'm also a member of the Harbor Committee, and I was also part of creating that harbor plan. The boat ramp in the town of Plymouth is the 3rd busiest boat ramp in the state of Massachusetts. And as the harbor master mentioned, when we had the main boat ramp down, this boat ramp served as the only boat ramp in the town of Plymouth. And it was very hairy to use that boat ramp because it needs to be completed and repaired. I would really support this article. It's something that we need. You know, we put a lot of focus and money into the harbor in the town of Plymouth. The state has you know, really focused on Plymouth as part of the Massachusetts waterfront that they are supporting. This is something the town of Plymouth needs, and please support this article.
Thank you. We're going to continue. I just want to mention, if you're a first-time speaker at town meeting, just come right up to one of the free mics. We have 5 microphones here in the room, so we don't need to be queuing. Good morning. Go ahead.
Good morning. Sandra Mumford, Precinct 15.
Thank
I
you.
am a first-time speaker. I have a general question about debt, and I was just wondering, could somebody tell me how much the town outstanding debt is, please?
And is this specific to this?
No, only it's because it's specific to borrowing. I was just wondering in general how much the town owes. And then what is that put over? Is that put over the value of the buildings so that you get a debt ratio?
Lynn Bear is the Director of Finance, responding to a question regarding debt.
So for the general fund, which this project would be part of the general fund debt, we have approximately $204 million outstanding in debt. And that is just from projects that we've done over the years. That includes this high school, it includes Plymouth South High School, it includes the Center for Active Living, it includes Town Hall, the Maritime Facility, other projects that we've done in the past. A lot of those projects have a dedicated funding source as far as when we pay the principal and interest at our annual budget in the spring. For example, the meals tax pays for the principal and interest on Town Hall. There's other projects that we use the Waterway Fund for, which in this particular project, the director is going for $1 million grant, Seaport grant, to reimburse us, and then the $651,000 will be borrowed, and the principal and interest on that would be paid. The goal is to pay it out of the Waterway Improvement Fund, which is the fees collected from the moorings and other transients that visit the harbor. So hopefully I answered your question.
Well, really, I'm just interested in a ratio of debt to, and what, if you have a debt to, do you put it over the value of the town buildings? I was just wondering about a ratio, debt to.
When we look at affordability for borrowing something versus paying something for cash, our financial policy is to use debt service, and the debt service budget cannot exceed really 8% of our budget. So that's our financial policy. So our principal and interest payments fit within the 6 to 8% of our annual operating budget.
And the annual operating budget is about $250 million?
Yeah, yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to take the gentleman next to Susan Mumford, followed by Belinda Brewster. Good morning.
Morning. Bill Arienti, Precinct 6 Chair. A quick question. Although I am 100% for this, I'm wondering, with all the money that we do take in with the excise tax on boats throughout the town, are we able to use that money again towards offsetting the loan amount that we'd have to take?
Yes, we have a response from Lynn Barrett to William Arienti.
So boat excise is a general fund receipt, but there's a provision in the law to take half of the boat excise and put it in the Waterway Improvement Fund, which I just mentioned, and that fund is going to be used to pay the difference of what they don't get in the grant.
Thank you very much.
Belinda Brewster, Precinct 15.
Thank
Morning.
you, Mr. Moderator. I have a question for Chad. My understanding from Lynn's explanation, which was very helpful, is that the money is going to be paid back through the Waterway Fund, which is primarily mooring fees and boat excise fees. But you had said that this ramp is primarily going to be used by for commercial use. Is there going to be a fee associated for the commercial use from the folks who use it? I mean, they're running a business and they're using the ramp, or do they get to use the ramp for free?
Chad Hunter, Harbor Master.
That's a great question. A lot of the commercial fishermen already pay user fees for use of like the pier and the other facilities that we have in the harbor. So we could take a look at that. Obviously, you know, the $1 million from Seaport will help in using or paying for the borrowing out of the Waterways Fund will cover the other costs. So we could absolutely take a look at fees. We haven't really gotten to that point yet, but we can visit that with Harbor Committee and see if that's appropriate.
Well, my point is just that those who have moorings and the recreational boaters or others seem to be really subsidizing commercial use of that ramp, and I think it would be a good idea to add another user fee onto them until the loan's repaid, perhaps. But something along those lines, so that more of the burden of the borrowing is on the commercial uses of the pier. Thank you.
Take a look at that.
Thank you. We're going to move to another town meeting member who's not yet spoken. Ms. Babini, if you could step aside.
Hello, Ed Conroy, Precinct 18. I use the boat ramp probably every weekend, and this is a very important boat ramp they're trying to fix. Right now, the one they're trying to fix is There's exposed broken concrete, the rebar showing. And when I use the main boat ramp, every weekend, even experienced boaters have problems. I don't know if you try backing up a boat. It's difficult, and there's always problems, even with experienced boaters. So there's probably a good chance sooner or later this is going to be broken down. When you see a bunch of people that have been out on a boat all day, maybe having a good time, coming out, accidents happen. So I think we need this secondary boat ramp to assist if the main boat ramp is broken down. And yes, this will be paid back by user fees, waterway fees. So I think this is money well spent, and also it's a safety issue. Thank you.
Thank you. That's Edward Conroy. Yes, Mr. Lapp.
Jeff DeLapp, Precinct 13. I move the question.
Thank you. It's a motion to close debate. It's not debatable. We have a couple of town meeting members who are standing to be heard. And Ms. Bukes, anyone in the band room? Seeing none. Mr. Neville has a point of order.
Strikes me that you're recognizing former town meeting members who have spoken ahead of town meeting members who haven't spoken. Case in point is the person who just moved the question, has moved the question. You have people that haven't spoken yet. Just a point of order.
Actually, that's a good question or a comment. So the speaking priority is given to people who have not spoken or have not spoken as often, but that relates to substantive discussion. Anyone can interrupt the meeting with a procedural motion. So I will always take the procedural motion over anyone else who wants to speak on the substantive motion in a substantive way. But thank you for your point of order. So Mr. DeLapp was in order with his motion to close debate. And at this time, we're going to take the vote. It's a 2/3 vote. And we're going to begin when the light is on. And town meeting members will be voting as to whether to close debate. You can vote now. You're voting on whether to close debate on the Article 4B1 motion. This is coming to you live in Plymouth North High School. This is a procedural motion. It is to close debate on this particular motion 4B1. It is a 2/3 vote as to whether to close debate. Town meeting members decide the length of the debate. We're now going to see what the vote is on this. And town meeting members have voted. 72 say yes, 52 say no. The motion does not carry, and people who wanted still to be heard can rise and move to a microphone.
Mr. Moderator, my vote was not counted again. I voted no.
Thank you, Mr. Babini. Perhaps you can speak with OTI Technologies regarding your handset. Thank you. And we're going to continue and go through the precincts. Again, we're now seeing precincts 13, 14, and 15. And we're going to continue with 16, 17, and 18. And good morning.
David Peck, Precinct 4. I did not see a lot of detail in the construction estimate, and it's always important to have represent fees, contingency, and escalation. I look for that in every estimate. So without seeing it in here, can you tell me how much contingency and escalation is included in that estimate?
Thank you. And that is town meeting member David Peck. He is further questioning, and we have David Gould responding. Mr. Gould.
David Gould, Director of Marine Environmental Affairs. I believe there's a 20% contingency built into the budget that you see, and there is a substantial breakdown. I don't know if you've seen that, but there is a substantial breakdown in the cost estimate.
It's not in here.
Okay. There is certainly one in other supporting materials, so there's quite a detailed breakdown between the actual ramp and a few other components. There's a small dredging component to the project. There's also some piles that get installed, as well as some floats, and all of that is broken down in significant detail. It was done by GI Engineering, which is a firm we've used on many of our coastal projects, and we've always found that their estimates to be pretty accurate.
Because their estimate for the time and their fees was fairly comprehensive, but the construction estimate was not included in the book.
I apologize. I can't speak to that.
Yeah, and the other question is about when is it presumed this would happen next summer, or because escalating costs and it may be 10% more a year from now or 10% more 2 years from now.
So we're hoping that the Seaport Council meeting will happen in November. That would award the $1 million grant funds for this project. And then we would hope to do a fairly quick turnaround to be able to get the project out to bid this winter. Ideally, we could do that demolition as early as March and get it constructed next season. Part of that is something we need to look at in terms of what we might need to do to meet winter flounder requirements for time of year restrictions. But our goal is to get that started in the spring and finish it before summer even begins.
Thank you.
Edward Russell.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. I have a rather personal view on this. I support the article because many, many years ago, I was unaware that it was there, but I happened to be very near it, and there was a very serious accident to jet skis that had to be removed. I think it was a death because I saw the state police, the harbor master, the town police, and that took a long time to process all of that removal. So I support that. The use of this ramp.
Thank you. Lynn Barrett, further responding to an earlier speaker.
I just wanted to respond to town meeting member Mr. Peck regarding more detail regarding the capital projects. In your materials, in your book, next to the recommendation for advisory and finance, included in here was a link to the Capital Improvement Committee page on our website, which included more materials for each of these projects. A lot of these projects include lengthy documents, and for us to include everything in this book, it would become very expensive to print and very expensive to mail. So with this article, normally the capital improvement article in the annual and in the fall will provide the link to the Capital Improvement Committee page, which provides more detail. And then also, usually the community preservation articles, with that information, there's a lot of pages. There'll be a link to the information on our website for that also. So I just want to make sure town meeting members knew that that information had been provided to you. Thank you.
Alan Costello.
Yes, good morning. Alan Costello, Precinct 10. Question for Mr. Gould. I originally had no problem with this article as a ramp, a standalone repair to the existing ramp. But now you raise the question, or you raise the idea that there'll be pilings and floats. Now that adds a different component for me. There's very limited float space in the harbor. Will those floats now be accessible to the recreational boater? Or are those going to be strictly used for commercial?
David Gould responding to Alan Costello.
So one of the things we always try to do in all of our projects is permit even more than what we might be doing as part of a project, simply because that's an efficient way to do environmental permitting. So there are, as part of this project, 4 existing piles that will be relocated, one of which will be put over in front of the recently completed bulkhead project, which will support a float that'll be available for tender space, dinghy dock, for everyone who has a tender permit. So that's going to be available and open. That will also replace the existing floats in front of the harbor master facility where tenders also tie up to the back. So yes, they will be open to multiple users in the harbor.
So this is not tied into the ramp exactly. These are other areas of the harbor that are going to be updated. Okay.
Yeah,
And
they're in
just
close proximity for sure, but it's within what we permitted, what was called a zone of reconfiguration. So we can relocate piles within that zone, and we permitted as part of this project, so we would have some increased flexibility.
where is the proposed dredging hope to be taking place?
So the dredging that was recently completed, that the town had done, there's an area between the new extended portion of this boat ramp and the previously dredged footprint that will need to be dredged to increase the ability of to be able to use the new boat ramp when it's completed. So it's a very small dredge footprint, but what it allows is for the new boat ramp to go right into and connect to the existing previously dredged footprint. So that'll be much deeper water at the very end of the ramp.
Okay, and just one final question is, why wouldn't this commercial activity, the aquaculture, why wouldn't that use our existing commercial T-float or main wharf? Why do they need a separate location, standalone location?
Well, I think part of that is simply because our aquaculture industry is growing, so the number of leaseholders that are out there, and as they continue their build out on the acreage they do have, that industry is going to continue to grow. And as the harbor master mentioned, one of the challenges we have is the Vibrio requirements. Vibrio is a shellfish disease that requires certain thresholds to be met when you're unloading that. And so if you're a shellfish grower, an oysterman coming to unload your catch, and that boat ramp, which again is the second busiest boat ramp in the Commonwealth, is full of recreational folks, you don't really have time to wait for some of those folks to back up and drive and pull their boats out.
No, I understand that. My question was the T-wharf or the existing wharf.
Oh, it's much easier to just have a ramp to be able to do that rather than try to hoist everything up with jib cranes, so that's just an accessibility issue. Some of those boats are just so
it
much
would be
easier to
equally
unload.
be able to be used by existing lobster or other fisheries in the harbor?
They're certainly commercial fishermen, so they could use that for sure.
Thank you.
Michael Babini.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Michael Babini, Precinct 3. Dave, I haven't seen a plan of the renovation you're going to make down there. Right now, I notice it's very congested as you enter that ramp. Are you going to reconfigure the entrance to the ramp? And if so, are we going to lose any parking?
That's a very good question. We don't know if we're going to do anything with those existing parking spaces, but to your point, that is part of the reason why it's ideally suited for commercial activity. So most if not all of the commercial folks that would use that are able to maneuver a truck and a trailer in tight spots a lot better than some of the recreational boaters. So that is, again, part of the reason why it's ideally suited for commercial use.
Thank you. Kevin Lynch?
Yes, Kevin Lynch, Precinct 5. I just want to point out that a lot of good information came out after the move the question vote was defeated. So I like this. A lot of information coming out, and I don't think it was redundant. So there is a place for move the question, but let's hold off on that. And last comment I'll make is this: you know, there's no prize for conducting the fastest town meeting. I heard that at a caucus, and I had to write it down, and I wanted to make sure I mentioned it. And if you're not cut out for staying here until things are thoroughly discussed, please consider your position as a town meeting member in the future. Thank you.
Further discussion on Article 4B1. Hearing none, we're going to be moving to a vote. It is a 2/3 vote. I don't see any more speakers, and so we're going to now go to the voting. And when the light goes on, please vote. The light is on. You can now vote on Article 4B1. Town meeting has been in its opening session this morning. This vote will conclude Article 4B1, and we will then be going into our morning recess. And at this time, town meeting members are voting. It's a 2/3 vote on Article 4B1, and the vote has concluded. Mr. Babini, do you have a point of order?
My vote wasn't recorded, and I voted yes.
Yes, and you're working with...
They're working on it. My no vote doesn't work, so I guess I'll be voting yes on everything today.
We're continuing to scroll through the precincts. 115 voted yes, 8 voted no, 2 abstentions. The motion carries by more than 2/3. Yes. What is your name? Did you get that? No. Peter Geller, Precinct 2. Peter Geller. And your vote was what? Yes. If you think there's a problem with the handset, OTI is located up here on the stage, and they can help you if your handset is defective. Precincts 13 And now we're at precinct 16, 17, and 18. That concludes the voting on Article 4B1. This town meeting stands in recess for 15 minutes at 10:14 a.m. Thank you. I'd like to welcome town meeting members back from the morning recess. 2022 Fall Hometown Cleanup is Saturday, October 22nd. Volunteers are needed. Join an existing group, create your own, or go out solo. Help clean up a neighborhood, park, or roadway that needs some attention. You can sign up at Town Hall. Purple bags will be provided and picked up. Participate in plastic reduction by asking about our waste audit. If you have questions, you can contact Patrick Farah at Town Hall, 508-322-3374. Also, P. Farah, F-A-R-A-H, at Plymouth-ma.gov. Wish to thank those who participated in the opening ceremonies, all town meeting members, Leonard Vaz, Nancy Davis, and Robert Trossel. We also want to recognize the people from PAC TV who are cable casting this live on Comcast 15, Verizon Channel 47, and on PAC TV's streaming channel, pactv.org/live, specifically David Antoine, Julie Thompson, Mark McKinley, Donna Rodriguez, Brooke Hoffman, Keith Hughes, David Maybrook, Christopher Quinn, Dustin Fleming, and Nate Greenstein. Also, thank you to Alan McLean, who is providing audiovisual equipment for this session of town meeting, with David Grossman and the IT staff. This facility has been provided by the Plymouth School District for our use today. We'd like to thank Dr. Christopher Campbell, Superintendent, for his support in the organization of this event. Thank you to Judy Kendall and Jill Davin for behind-the-scenes organization of this event. We also want to thank the custodial team and the entire custodial staff of Plymouth North High School for the setup and cleaning, including head custodian Sean Murray, David Hallinan, Jay Johnson, O'Brien Allen, and Jamie Wood. Thank you to Tracy Dickerson, Susan Ketterling, Marsh Tatalius, Kimberly Hutchinson, Allison Linquist, and Megan Burrows, food service providers at Plymouth North High School, for providing lunch for this fall town meeting. And thank you to the Plymouth Music Association for providing refreshments this morning. Also, thank you to the duty officer. This time I'm going to welcome to town meeting once again Kelly McIlrath. She is our town clerk, Kelly McIlrath.
Good morning, everyone. I believe, based on the numbers, that some of you might have come in and gotten your clickers, but you might have not have gotten checked in with the clerk's office with an iPad. If you have not done that, if you could take the opportunity to go out and see Lisa from my office so we can get you checked in. Just based on the numbers, I think I'm missing one or two of you. Thank you.
Thank you. And Nicole Manfredi is our assistant town moderator for her further remarks.
So I just wanted to address some of the issues around the clickers. What we've noticed is that some folks have been pressing the two buttons above the 1 and 2 buttons. So please make sure you're actually pressing the buttons that are marked 1 and 2. Also, if you had requested a space in the masked room, the band room, your clicker only works in the band room. And if you are participating from this main hall, conversely, your clicker only works in this hall. So we had a few folks who switched their space, and that can't happen because they're programmed differently. And then there's also a little bit of a timing issue, and I know, myself included, we can get a little distracted and thinking about other things in the next motion and so forth, but also timing is an issue. Just be sure you're watching that light there. So with the exception of all of Mr. Babini's yes votes, his clicker was actually faulty. One button did not work, but all the others have been checked and are functioning. So if you have any other issues going forward, just continue to check in with me.
Thank you, Nicole Manfredi, as the assistant town moderator. I also had a question about the time with the light, and I was advised by OTI that the time was removed when we were doing the virtual town meeting, and that it'll be reinstituted at our next town meeting. And if there are no other questions, we're going to continue with Article 4. We are dealing with the B group, and here is the next motion. Mr. Canty moves the town appropriates the sum of $1,496,853 to pay costs of replacing and equipping a 1996 75-foot ladder truck Quint, and for the payment of all costs incidental or related thereto, and that to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to borrow said amount under and pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, or pursuant to any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town, therefore, that the treasurer or other town official, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to contract for and expend any federal or state aid available for the project. Mr. Canty, you spoke earlier about the Article 4B group. Any further comments?
No, but thank you, Mr. Moderator.
And we next have a motion to amend from Everett Malaguti. Mr. Malaguti, Precinct 2, moves to amend Article 4B2 motion by changing the method of funding from borrowing to a transfer from free cash. Mr. Malaguti, on your motion to amend.
Yes, Everett Malaguti, Precinct 2. My rationale for actually changing the method of funding is because we all got a brief update over the past couple weeks through the committee of precinct chairs about the amount of available free cash and other funds that we have available, and I believe it's prudent to actually just use the free cash and pay for it outright instead of accruing interest on a vehicle that, even though it may be paid off in the time to lessen the interest, I don't think that it's prudent to be expending excess money that we shouldn't be burdening our taxpayers with. Thank you.
Leonard Vaz, Precinct 1.
Yes, just a question for the chief, and I haven't been able to find the answer, but how many miles on this truck?
Leonard Vaz, Precinct 1. Question for our fire chief, Neil Foley. Neil Foley, welcome back again.
Point of order?
Meeting. Yes.
Point of order.
Yes, Mr. Arianti.
A motion was made to amend the motion. Do we have that seconded and voted on before we go any further with that?
Thank you, Ms. Arianti. We don't require a second at Plymouth Town Meeting, and I am allowing questions to come up which might relate to the main motion or the motion to amend. Neil Foley, Chief.
Again, point of order, that I would like to make it that upon having an amendment, that we discuss the amendment only until it is put aside, until it is voted on, to get rid of any confusion or anything, because we may be discussing something completely separate from the motion that we're looking at here. I believe we should dispense with the amendment first, and then we'll discuss the motion, then debate the motion.
Your comments are so noted. I'm going to allow Mr. Foley to respond. Mr. Foley.
Okay. Again, I challenge the chair, I challenge the moderator on this, I bring it to the members to discuss the amendment first and then the full motion as amended.
Thank you. So, Mr. Arianti, you're taking an appeal from the decision to recognize Mr. Foley responding to Mr. Vaz.
Yes, I'm challenging to ensure that we get the amendment taken care of first, and then we discuss the motion as amended.
So, Mr. Arianti, part of the difficulty in ruling people out of order, such as Mr. Vaz's comment, is that it's arguable that he may want the answer to his question in order to then vote on the motion to amend. So it's very difficult as a moderator to determine whether a speaker is going to speak only to the motion to amend or whether or not they can wait until we have debate and close debate on the motion to amend. So although I have given over the years great latitude to town meeting members because, again, it's difficult to know whether or not they have a question or a comment that may also be relevant to the motion to amend.
His comment may very well be germane to the issue on both issues, but I believe that we need to do this in a rational, in a orderly basis. And again, I stand by. I would like to appeal the chair.
All right, we're going to accept that motion. So it's a motion to appeal the ruling regarding the motion to amend being limited to debate to that. Any further discussion on that procedural motion? Mr. Brewster.
Yeah, I would support Mr. Ariente. I think in the past we've had some confusion when we are speaking about an amendment as well as a main motion. And I think Mr. Ariente is correct in asking that we only debate the amendment until it is dispensed with and then move on to the main motion. You have done that in the past on different articles, Mr. Moderator, and I would request that you go by what Mr. Ariente is saying and do just the amendment.
Lynn Barrett, did you care to be heard on this procedural motion for an appeal? No. So it's a motion to appeal the ruling. It's a 2/3 vote. Any further discussion? It's a motion to appeal the ruling of the moderator regarding recognizing Mr. Vaz and having Neil Foley respond. Betsy Hall.
Yes, Mr. Moderator and fellow town meeting members, I certainly respect the moderator's decision in many past amendments to allow both the main motion and the amendment to be discussed, but I think that sometimes in my own mind, it gets confused about what we're talking about. There's so much information in both ways. So in this particular situation, I'm going to vote in favor of just talking about the amendment, which is a funding source, and then go on and talk about the need for the engine. To avoid confusion about what we're voting on. Thank you.
So again, to be clear, what you're going to be voting on is a motion to appeal the ruling of the moderator to recognize Leonard Vaz and to recognize Chief Foley. That is the appeal. It's not.
Point of order, Mr. Moderator.
Yes.
I don't believe that's what Mr. Ariente was looking at.
Again, Mr. Brewster, I just want to clarify. The appeal is the recognition of Mr. Vaz and the response from Mr. Foley. It is not a further motion to only debate on the motion to amend. It's rather an appeal of that ruling that I recognized Mr. Vaz and I'm recognizing Mr. Foley.
I would ask Mr. Ariente to confirm that because he's the one who's being.
I'm telling you as the moderator, that's procedurally what is correct. It's a motion to appeal the ruling of the moderator. The ruling of the moderator was to recognize Mr. Vaz and to recognize Mr. Foley. And we're now going to take a vote on the motion to appeal the ruling of the moderator. You have 20 seconds.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes, Mr. Ariente?
That was not the intent of, or the spirit of the motion that I made. It was to dispense with the amendment of the motion prior to debating either the motion, the current motion as a whole, or the amended motion that comes up. That was the meaning or the spirit of the motion that I made.
Again, under the charter, town meeting can appeal a ruling of the moderator with a 2/3 vote. I ruled that I would accept Mr. Vaz's statement. I would asked for a response from the chief. You appealed that. That is what your appeal is, and that's what the vote will be. Any further discussion on the appeal of the ruling of the moderator? Yes, Mr. Pulcinelli.
Given what you just said, could we perhaps, instead of taking a procedural motion, just as town meeting respectfully ask the moderator to do this in a more orderly fashion, which town meeting seems to think is taking up the amendment first, following that with debate on the main motion?
Again, we first have the motion before us, which is appeal of the moderator. We'll take that first. Thank you, Mr. Hool.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Nate Siegel, Precinct 14. I do personally actually have had confusion in the past when we've been having debate on a main motion and a motion to amend at the same time. So I do actually support the request, but I think to help clarify what we're voting on now, I believe, if I'm interpreting it correctly, that Mr. Vaz's question in many people's mind was getting to the main motion. And I think the moderator is saying that if we were to entertain this idea of only debating the motion first, we would rule Mr. Vaz's comments to wait until we're debating the main motion. Therefore, that's where this is coming from, that we're voting on whether Mr. Vaz, and by response Chief Foley, would be allowed at this moment. Thank you.
Right, and part of the difficulty is, as a moderator, is you're asking me to rule people out of order as they first rise to speak. If they start straying from what is the main motion or the motion to amend. Patricia McCarthy.
Pat McCarthy, Precinct 18. I have a procedural question based on what we're voting on now. How do we get to vote on the amendment first? So I guess that's for town council? Because
No.
ruling Mr. Vaz out of order, or ruling you out of order, which we will be voting on, how do we get back to just voting on the amendment? That's, to me, the question. And after all these years being a town meeting member, there's lots of confusion over the years on what we're voting on. I want to be able to vote on that amendment.
Which
First.
you could move the question, after we dispense with the motion to appeal the ruling of the moderator, you could move the question and we would then vote on the motion to amend.
Point of order. Point of order.
I'm going to hear from Mr. Vaz first. Mr. Vaz.
Maybe to speed up things, how about if I just withdraw the question?
That would withdraw. Thank you, Leonard Vaz. He's wise in years. Thank you.
Okay.
We'll now.
Now, point of order.
Yes, Mr. Arienti.
Now, as a point of order, I make the motion that we discuss, debate, and get rid of the amendment, whether voting for or against it, prior to debating the initial motion or the amendment that's on the article that's on the.
So I'm not going to receive that as a motion, and it's not necessary. What I will say to town meeting members is, you've heard Mr. Arienti, his concern. You've heard the concern for a couple other town meeting members. The request is that if you rise to speak now, that you limit your speaking to only the motion to amend. It's not something I've done in the past because I find it very difficult to determine, as people are speaking, whether they're speaking only to the main motion, the motion to amend. But that's the request. Thank you, Mr. Arienti. Everett Malaguti has his motion, and now Lynn Barrett, Director of Finance.
I just wanted to comment on the motion to amend. We were recommending borrowing for this particular truck because of the time frame of when we will actually be paying for it. So we're probably not going to be paying for this until at least 18 months to 24 months out. I will remind you that Town of Plymouth's primary source of revenue to pay for capital projects is free cash. And we're probably going to have in excess of $40 million worth of capital projects that are going to be coming down the road in the spring. And I'm just cautioning, if you use up all the free cash at this meeting, then we would not have that for that meeting and would be talking about borrowing at that meeting. So I just wanted to make those comments to you, just to let you know sort of the background behind the recommendation at this point of authorizing to borrow. Thank you.
Thank you. And that is Lynn Barrett. She is Director of Finance. We are now hearing first the gentleman coming forward before Ms. Brewster. If you could come to the microphone. Again, we have multiple microphones that people can come to. Good morning.
Yeah, hi, George McKay, Precinct 8. I have a question for Lynn. Lynn, this just says free cash. Are you saying it has to be from the excess free cash we have this year? Let's say it takes 2 years to get this done.
Lynn
Do we
Barrett,
apply
Director.
free cash from future free cash?
Response
No.
to George McKay.
Yeah, you can't apply it to future free cash. It would be the free cash that exists today.
And so if we vote to use free cash, what happens to that free cash? It gets set aside for this
Yes,
particular
it gets set
thing?
aside and it sits and it waits for that project.
And it earns some
2
interest,
years
maybe,
from now.
right? Earns some interest, maybe.
Maybe, very little,
Okay.
but maybe.
Thank
Point
you.
of order, Mr. Moderator. Point of order.
Point of order from Brendan.
Brendan Brady, Precinct 10. I just want to point out as well that if we change the free cash, this becomes a majority vote and not 2/3. Correct?
No, that's not correct. It's regardless. What is correct is that a motion to amend is a majority vote. It has nothing to do with free cash. The motion to amend is a majority vote. The main motion involving borrowing is 2/3.
So my point then is that if the motion to amend passes, then the main motion becomes majority as well because it's
No.
it's out of free cash
Oh,
at that point.
if we're going to be not borrowing, that would change that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Christopher Houle, Precinct 14. My only comment here on the motion to amend is, we've seen motions like this pretty often at town meeting to shift funding from one account to another. And I just would like to caution town meeting members. I have great faith in Ms. Barrett in her job to make these decisions in terms of what pot of money we're paying for different things. And it's really not our call as town meeting representatives to challenge that. And if you do have a question about it, I would encourage town meeting members to approach Ms. Barrett prior to town meeting to avoid this type of confusion. So that's my only comment. So thank you.
Yes.
Chris Merrill, Precinct 11. Question for Lynn Barrett.
Christopher Merrill, Precinct 11. Yes. Go ahead. Question.
In regards to borrowing, we're in a rising rate environment that we haven't seen in the past 10 to 12 years. Have we done a sensitivity analysis on what that impact's going to be for the base tax rate?
Yeah, so what we do, I know currently right now the interest environment for a long-term issue, which this would probably be over a 15-year period. So the interest rate would be a little bit less than a 30-year rate. But the 30-year rates right now are 4.25%. They are going to raise them again probably before the end of the calendar year. So I'm estimating that the interest rate on this would probably be somewhere around 5 to 5.25%, down the road. And when I look at the principal and interest on all of these projects, because I know in the past what we've authorized is I have, my 30-year, 40-year principal and interest and where all of that debt service starts to get paid in what particular fiscal year. So it is obviously an estimate, but this, once we start paying this within, over that next 2-year period, it fits in to the budget that I'm estimating for our debt service.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go to Joseph Hutchinson.
Thank you,
Precinct
Mr.
17.
Moderator.
Yes.
Joe Hutchinson, Precinct 17. I was going to ask Lynn how this truck fits in other trucks that are going to be coming to us in the spring and in following years, fit into her debt service schedule across time, because she has, I am sure, outlined these kinds of costs, and they impact how we will be able to spend into the future and across the needs of the fire department and other departments. Pulling from free cash right now seems to me to be an error. So thank you.
Lynn Barrett, Director of Finance.
So right now, we're looking at sort of a 10-year outlook on capital. We've asked all the departments to submit sort of their 10-year outlook on capital. And I've been looking at that capital and trying to see where all of these things fit in. And I can assure you that based on my recommendation, this is where I see this project fitting in, as being borrowed. There are other trucks, in the future on the fire department's 10-year plan that we're fitting into that 10-year plan. So I think I answered the question.
Thank you. Linda Brewster.
Finally. Belinda Brewster, Precinct 15. I have great respect for Lynn, and she does an amazing job, and her opinion carries a lot of weight, but I would say that it is town meeting's job to challenge any town department head and the selectmen when it comes to spending money. It's our job to take care of the taxpayers. So with that being said, I'm not challenging what Lynn says. I'm just saying I do think free cash is not free. For those who do not know, free cash is money that the taxpayer has already paid, and it builds up because we don't spend it. Here we've got a major expenditure of a new fire truck, and I'm not questioning the need for that at all. But I believe that free cash should be used now. We are already in very tough inflationary and economic times for many of our citizens who are living on fixed income. And I would ask the town if they have, what did you say, Lynn, $30 million worth of capital improvement, that in this environment that we really ask the tough questions at the next town meeting. Is this something that we have to spend and raise taxes on during these tough times? And I would say we have the money. Now, this is not going to, if we move to free cash, it's not going to add to the taxpayer's burden. And I do think that that should be part of the equation, too. I know you have all of these great spreadsheets and futures, but right now we have the money. Right now we're asking for $1.5 million to be borrowed at a much higher interest rate than we're used to, and we have the free cash. Let's use the free cash and worry about in April, because we don't know if we're going to be in a worse situation or a better situation economically. Thank you.
Pompey Delafield. Mr. Delafield, good morning.
Yes, good morning. Pompey Delafield, Chair, Precinct 16. I have a question that's more really just a question to find out the answer, and that is, if we do not accept the amendment at this time, and this is defeated as a 2/3 vote, could somebody at this meeting in any way say, I would like to move the motion as it was amended afterwards, so that we could clarify whether people want to go ahead with the 2/3 vote or whether they want to go ahead with just a regular vote?
Good question, Mr. Delafield. So that would be a motion to reconsider, and we would need someone who voted on the prevailing side, which would be a no if it didn't pass, to then move to reconsider. That would be available to town meeting procedurally. Yes, come forward.
George Brown, Precinct 7. I'm going to be a bit ornery on this. Right now, we're looking at interest rates going up. The Fed is telling us interest rates are going up. If we can lock in something right now at a favorable rate for our purchase of a capital piece of equipment, we are far better off than using our free cash, because that free cash is what we need sometimes for the smaller expenditures where borrowing would be obnoxious in the spring. I concur with Lynn Barrett's approach on this. I believe we should be doing this by borrowing, so I will be voting no on the amendment.
Christopher Houle.
Thank you. I just want to recap that we heard a little while ago that this fire truck is not available for 2 years. So if we were using free cash now, it will not be spent until at least the majority, until the fire truck is acquired 2 years from now, which will then take funds away from other projects that Ms. Barrett has planned in her overall financial forecasting for the town budget, not just on this one singular item. And that's the nature of my comment. And I hope that you all vote no on this motion to amend. Thank you.
Patricia McCarthy, we're debating the motion to amend.
I have a financial question for Lynn. What's the difference in why we took free cash for the other fire truck and not for this one? I know it's a lot more money for this one, but what is the rationale, and how much, what is the current balance that we have in free cash?
Lynn Barrett
Thank you.
responding.
So free cash was certified as of July 1st, 2022 at $14.8 million. About $2.5 million of that remained from the previous year. We're recommending to spend about $2.7 million at this town meeting on these projects, and you'll see in a future article transferring money into our pavement management stabilization fund. As far as we can't, if we voted this out of free cash now, as someone said earlier, I mean, it would just sit there until we spend it in the future. That is why we recommend using it at this for borrowing at this time. As far as free cash is concerned, it's a terminology that's used by the Department of Revenue. It's basically our revenues over expenditures on an annual basis that gets certified by the Department of Revenue. They recommend cities and towns have at least 5% set aside, 5%, or try to, their goal of 5% in their free cash certified at the end of the year. For Plymouth, that is almost $13 million. So we reached that goal, and we're using that money, they recommend, for one-time expenditures. And I know that at this time, and town meeting has every right to, vote what they want. We've got significant amount of capital coming down the road, and this is just the plan that we're looking at right now.
Patricia McCarthy, further comments?
Just a follow-up. I certainly totally respect all of what you do, Lynn. My question, though, why did we spend the $900,000 plus on engine 2 out of free cash and not this one, or vice versa? I mean,
as I was answering the question, I knew you had something else there. So,
thank you.
In looking at these two vehicles, a lot of it has to do with the useful life of the vehicle. This particular one is a ladder truck and has a longer useful life than the engine, and also the amount of money. So that was taken into consideration with regards to borrowing versus paying for it out of cash. Because we do like to spend, the free cash really is recommended for those pieces of equipment that are only going to last, maybe between, no more than 10 years or something like that. So this particular one, because it's got a larger useful life, that's why we're recommending borrowing.
Thank you. Michael Abini.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Another question for Lynn. If we vote to borrow now, when will you lock in the rate?
So we usually do not borrow for something right after town meeting authorization.
Right.
There would have to be some consideration in what's happening, with the fire department, with the purchase of this vehicle, and as far as, if we were to borrow right away, as far as locking in a rate. I know that one town meeting member talked about that. Usually we don't borrow until the funds are required to be paid out. And we usually borrow once on an annual basis. So there would have to be some consideration taken into the timing of that. So as I said earlier, the interest rate that I used was a 5% interest rate in hopes that if the interest rates do rise within the next year, that by the time we purchase this vehicle 2 years from now, that the interest rate would be about the 5%.
Okay, thank you.
Nancy Davis, followed by Wrestling Brewster.
As an FYI, in the book that we get, the teal-colored booklet, you'll note that you have to order the vehicle, which is why we have to spend the money now, because there's a long delay in terms of probably building the vehicle due to COVID and backup on stuff. So it's not actually that, I don't believe the money's going to be just sitting there. I'm sure, like any other business, they're going to want a down payment on their thing or whatever, because it says in there, it says 12 months, and then it says 18 to 24 months, correct? So,
Lynn Barrett, Director of Finance, responding.
We can't prepay on anything. So they would lock in with the vendor who's going to supply the vehicle. And sometimes upon receipt of like the chassis or something, we might make a payment at that point, but not before that.
So you would want to have that money available. And if you didn't, that would be a problem, correct?
Yeah, I mean, the chassis is not going to be available for at least 18 months.
Right.
So we wouldn't, until that time.
But you'd need the money there to pay for it.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Point taken.
Wrestling Brewster.
Yeah, just a budgetary question. You talk about life of a vehicle, and that you're always looking at life of a vehicle. Did we not know that we were going to need this at Springtown meeting when we were talking about the budget? I just would like to know why we get stuff after the budget that might have been in the budget.
Neil Foley, Plymouth Fire Chief, responding.
Neil Foley, Fire Chief. These two trucks were actually on the spring 2024 5-year capital plan, and we moved them up to the fall because we saw the escalating prices were getting out of hand, and also the condition of the vehicles are not getting any better. So between those two, we decided to move it up to this fall town meeting. If we wait until the Springtown meeting 24, the cost that we were getting on the increase on that would probably be over $100,000 more than if we vote for it today.
Okay, just as a follow-up, it would be nice if we're doing these forecasting on these trucks and big stuff like this that, you can't wait till next spring, but could we have not looked at this and said, oh, this truck's coming up, we really should look at it last spring, that's all. Just forecasting would be good for the budget.
Thank you. Kevin Canty, Chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So the moderator asked if I'd like to be heard. I would like to point out, just for the record, given the earlier discussion about whether a town meeting member could opine about whether they were talking about the motion to amend or the main motion, the moderator pointed out the difficulty in making a ruling about whether that person is speaking about the main motion or the motion to amend. And I would say, based on the conversations that you all have had so far, you can see the nature of the difficulty that the moderator was referring to. Several of your comments have talked about, I am not in favor of the motion to amend because I'm in favor of the main motion as it was currently presented. Other motions to amend are more complicated where they completely change the original scope of the article. And you'd be asking the moderator to essentially referee, well, that goes a little too close to the midline. You can't talk right now. Sit down, let this other person talk, and come forward. The moderator, I think, does a commendable job when you're actually going to be voting as to what you're voting on. So he'll say, you're now voting as to the motion to amend. All right, that failed or that passed. Now you're voting on the main motion as originally presented or as amended, depending on the outcome of the motion to amend. That is a much better and cleaner process, and it's much more reasonable for the moderator to be able to regulate that without becoming intrinsically involved in the debate and discussion that you're having. So I think the moderator's perspective on this is the right one. As a chair of a committee that is much smaller than town meeting, it can be difficult at my level, let alone with a body 10 times the size of the Advisory and Finance Committee, to parse out what is a main motion and what is a motion to amend. That's all I'd like to be heard on, Mr. Moderator.
Further discussion on the motion to amend? If not, we're going to call for a vote. It is a majority vote. And if you can grab your handsets when the light goes on, we're going to vote on the motion to amend. It is a majority vote. Town meeting members can vote now. You're voting on Everett Malaguti's motion to amend to change the funding to free cash. Town meeting is in its morning session. We will continue and until our lunch recess, and then we will reconvene after lunch. Our lunch will be 1 hour today. Since we have people in 3 locations, we have an indoor and outdoor lunch as well. Town meeting are voting on the motion to amend on Article 4B. The voting has ended, and we will now see the vote. 19 say yes, 109 say no, 1 abstain. The motion does not carry. After we scroll through, I'm going to invite Leonard Vaz once again to come up. Mr. Vaz, if you want to renew your question of the chief, and we're happy to hear from the chief on the main motion, which is not being amended. We're seeing the precincts 10, now 13, 14, and 15. We have 18 precincts. And finally, so Leonard Vaz, please come back to town meeting. And once again, what would you like to say?
I don't want to say anything because I already got the answer.
Okay. All right. No further question. Any further discussion on the main motion? Yes, Mr. Pulcinelli.
Hi, Mark Pulcinelli, Precinct 1. Just a question for the fire chief. I saw in the documentation for this article that the truck was refurbished in 2013. I'm just wondering, I wasn't a town meeting member back then, I'm just wondering how much did that cost, if you recall? And more importantly, how long did we expect that refurbishment to extend the life of this truck? Did we get to that point or not? Just basically getting at, going forward, is that a good idea to refurbish these trucks at that point? Thank you.
Neil Foley is our Plymouth Fire Chief responding to Mark Pulcinelli, town meeting member, and his question. Thank you.
I don't believe I have the exact figure on what the refurb cost. I can tell you that the most recent refurb that we went out on our engine 1 was a little over $100,000 for that refurbishment. So it is a percentage of the overall cost of the vehicle, and it also depends on how heavy of use that vehicle had. We did get the useful life out of the Ladder 2 rehabilitation. What we're having an issue right now is that this is a 1996 ladder. It's over 25 years old. It's a brand of ladder truck called LTI. That company doesn't exist anymore. So any parts that we need for repairs for that particular vehicle are pretty much non-existent, and if we can get them, they're going to be custom made, which increases the downtime of that vehicle and also the cost of that repair. So yes, we did get what our money's worth out of that refurbishment, but now we're at the end of its useful life. I would also like to point out that the NFPA, National Fire Protection Agency, is pretty clear in their recommendations that at 25 years, the useful life of any vehicle has really hit its end point. They don't recommend that if there is any substantial repairs that need to be done, that you do so after 25 years, because it just isn't fiscally responsible at that point.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we're going to call for a vote now on the main motion under Article 4B2. It's a 2/3 vote, and it has to do with the 1996 75-foot ladder quint. You can now go to the voting. When the light is on, you can vote now. Town meeting members are voting on Article 4B2. We are in the morning session of Plymouth's Fall Annual Town Meeting. It's coming to you live from Plymouth North High School on October 15th. and we began at 8 a.m. this morning, and we will continue until our lunch recess. Town meeting members are voting electronically. The voting is ended. We will now see the vote. It requires a 2/3 vote, 122 yes, 5 no, 1 abstention. The motion carries. We're going to go through the various precincts. You can look at them while I read the next motion into the record. Article 4B3, Manomet Pipe Zone Upgrade. Mr. Canty moves the town appropriates a sum of $9,512,950 to pay costs of upgrades to the Manomet Pipe Zone and for the payment of all costs incidental or related thereto, and that to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to borrow said amount under and pursuant to Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44, or pursuant to any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town, therefore, that the treasurer or other town official, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to contract for and expend any federal or state aid available for that project. A 2/3 vote. Mr. Canty has previously spoken. Any further discussion on this article? If not, we're going to go to the vote. When the light is on, please vote. Town meeting will be voting on Article 4B3. You can vote now. Again, this is a 2/3 vote. Town meeting is in its first session. For those of you watching, we are in person at Plymouth North High School. You saw recently one of our town meeting members in the mask room only spoke on the article and was brought in by live audio and video feed. We also have people who will be speaking from the library on Article 9. At this time, we're going to have the vote on Article 4B3. 123 say yes, no, 3, 1 abstention. It passes. And I'll read the next motion into the record as you watch the voting from the last article. Article 5 is Pavement Management Stabilization Fund, and Mr. Canty moves the town. Yes.
I'm speaking as a retired educator, and the students would like from me some quiet time, and I'm not speaking over them wanting to think about what's in front of them. So people have voted. They want to check their vote, as well as others. At the same time, they want a little bit of time to prepare for the next article. But when you are now immediately launching into an explanation of the next article, while we're trying to check the vote and trying to perhaps even speak to a colleague, it becomes very distracting. So I request, sure, it'd be nice to say something in the beginning of the vote being shown, and then maybe mention, okay, the next article will be Article 5. Please prepare yourself. Then have quiet time. That's a simple request. I don't know if I'm out of order for asking it, but I figured I'd do that. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Lynch, your comments are so noted. However, I would also observe that you do have the text of the motion in front of you in your motion book, and we also have a live cable audience, and therefore, as moderator, I am trying to inform not only the people in this room, but also the people who are following. And I believe that most people are able to look at the record and can respond with a point of order if their vote was not recorded. And also, it is reasonable to put the next motion into the record. Nevertheless, your comments are noted. Thank you.
One last thing is just, I am reading the next article. I'm preparing myself, but I'm fighting to concentrate. When someone is talking, it's difficult for me to, shut out the auditory. Again, quiet time, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you.
I will once again read the motion since it was interrupted with a point of order. Mr. Canty moves the town vote to authorize the select board to appropriate $1,498,012.70 to the Pavement Management Plan Debt Stabilization Fund as authorized by the provisions of General Laws, Chapter 40, Section 5B as amended, and that to meet this appropriation, transfer such sum of money from free cash. It's a majority vote. Mr. Canty.
Having provided sufficient quiet time, in a unanimous vote of 10 in favor, none in opposition, and no abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 5. Approval of this article will authorize the town to transfer $1,498,012.70 from free cash to the Pavement Management Plan Debt Stabilization Fund for future use as it relates to road repair, maintenance, and/or construction in the town. This amount is the excess of actual motor vehicle excise receipts over the amount budgeted for fiscal year 2022. The current balance in the fund is $3,544,398.04. As with all stabilization funds, a 2/3 vote of town meeting would be required for any future withdrawals from the stabilization fund.
Further discussion? Hearing none, call for a vote. When the light goes on, you can vote for Article 5. It's a majority vote. You're voting now. Please vote on Article 5. Plymouth Town Meeting is voting on a Pavement Management Stabilization Fund. We are voting electronically, and you have your handsets available to you. For those of you who are watching, this is coming to you live on October 15th from Plymouth North High School. The voting is concluded. We are now going to see the vote that is tabulated by OTI. 124 say yes, 0 say no, 1 abstentions. The motion carries. And we're scrolling through the precincts. Town meeting has the opportunity to check to make sure that their vote was properly tabulated. And also, those of you who are watching, you can see how your town meeting member has voted. We're going to be continuing with Article 6. Article 6 is an elderly and disabled taxation fund, which is contained in the warrant. We've gone through all the precincts. We're now going to have the motion. Mr. Canty moves the town vote to accept the provisions of General Laws, Chapter 60, Section 3D, which authorizes the Select Board to establish an elderly and disabled taxation fund, whereby taxpayers can voluntarily contribute to the fund to defray the costs of the real estate taxes of elderly and disabled persons of low income, and further, to create a taxation aid committee as specified in the article to develop rules and regulations for the program and to administer the fund. It's a majority vote. Mr. Canty.
In a vote of 9 in favor, 2 in opposition, and 2 abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 6. Approval of this article will authorize the establishment of an elderly and disabled taxation fund for the purpose of defraying real estate taxes of elderly and disabled persons of low income, and the creation of a taxation aid committee to develop rules and regulations for the program and to administer the fund. Accepting the provisions of the statute would give Plymouth taxpayers the option to voluntarily elect to donate into the fund above the amount they would otherwise owe on their tax bill in order to contribute to said fund. All funds therefore collected would be deposited to an interest-bearing account under the custody of the town treasurer.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I see town meeting member Peter Neville. Mr. Neville, good morning.
Good morning. I'm Peter Neville from Precinct 10. I found this article to be ambitious in its inclusion of elderly and disabled, but I wondered whether or not it was the nose of a camel, and whether or not I should anticipate at future town meetings an article to fund this account by separating out the meals tax to fund it, or to ask the CPC to segregate out a portion of its funding. Is this the beginning of a new and perhaps progressive initiative by the town? Maybe whoever authored this could give me some light on this.
Lynn Barrett, Director of Finance.
So we're adopting a local option statute, Mass General laws, and there is no provision to put any other funds into this account. It's strictly voluntary.
Thank you. William Marienti.
William Marienti, Precinct 6. Would donations to this account be then considered a charitable contribution for someone's taxes?
And responding to question from Mr. Orienti, once again, Lynn Barrett, Director of Finance.
So all I can say is in the past, if people have donated to the town, that we've written a letter to that person as to what their donation was. If those requests come in, we could certainly do that. We're not a 501c3 nonprofit. I mean, we're a governmental entity. So you would take that up with your accountant or CPA who's doing your taxes.
Thank you. Further questions?
Ethan Warren, Precinct 16. I'm new at this and don't intend to be a stick in the mud on something that looks like an obviously do-gooder article, but some second thoughts on it is that a voluntary contribution over and above what is most people's largest bill that they pay is unlikely to raise a lot of money. And in the meantime, you're adding to administrative town expenses. The town treasurer has to sit on this board. The Board of Assessors has to sit on this board. Other people have to sit on it, administer it, needs to be audited. And it sounds like there's a potential administrative nightmare, or not a nightmare, but excess for what probably will be raised. And I just mentioned that as a thought.
Thank you. Everett Malaguti.
Yes, Everett Malaguti, Precinct 2. I just have one quick question, because I know that it's going to be a check mark and then donation amount that would be on the property tax bills or whatever bill that this gets allocated to. But if we're looking at it, is it a blank amount that people could put on it, or is it a designated dollar amount like you would for like we had on the old tax return forms, that you would have like a $3 donation spot for the political fund or stuff like that? Would it be a set dollar amount, or is it just a blank amount that you can fill in?
Lynn Barrett is Director of Finance.
So the statute provides a minimum of $1. So the taxpayer can donate $1 or anything above that. We wouldn't put like a set dollar amount on the tax bill.
Okay.
It's voluntary.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Williams.
Don Williams,
Don
Precinct
Williams.
8. I'm just concerned that this might become a political football of who gives money to whom and who doesn't. But I do need to mention that what we have already in place is a program for elderly to come into the town and say they can work it off by doing volunteer work. So there is a mechanism for people to reduce their taxes without creating another issue.
Further discussion? Yes, please come forward. Mr. Trossel, did you want to speak? Go ahead.
Thank you.
And again, Mr. Trossel, thank you for your contribution in the opening ceremonies.
Welcome. 3 Our Fathers and 3 Hail Marys. Robert Trossel, Precinct 10. I'm thankful I'm in 10. It's a very active precinct, and we had a wonderful meeting the other night. One of the questions I asked at the meeting, which I think maybe it's a common sense question, what's the definition of elderly? If we have that, I did look up the, what the law they were quoting, which is Chapter 63D. So I don't know if that's 52 when you first get your AARP. I'm there. Yeah. Thank you. The select board just gave me my answer. I'm it. That's true. But I didn't know what the definition of that was. And I was going to ask the same question, the wonderful question that gentleman asked. My mother-in-law did it in another town in Chelmsford, worked it off, volunteering their time. Thank you.
Brad Brothers is the assistant town manager. I do know in the law that if you do an elderly homestead, it's age 62. Mr. Brothers.
Correct. So my basic understanding of this is it's actually that criteria will be defined by that subcommittee. So to say it's 50, to say it's 60, 65, all of that criteria is established by the subcommittee that's created.
Thank you. David Golden.
Dave Golden, Precinct 7. I do worry that there could be some confusion for folks who pay their taxes through escrow accounts. Is there any information about how that would work?
Further responding, Bradford Brothers, assistant town manager.
Yeah, Ms. Barrett and I have talked about that. Unfortunately, we do not believe that there's a mechanism for if you pay through an escrow and it's sent to the town automatic, that there's a way for you to donate. We've also talked about, though, you're able to send in a donation to this account and we'll be able to send you a confirmation of receipt if you request it.
Thank you. Michael Beanie.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Just a quick question. What's the mechanism of giving this money out to those needy people that are applying for this?
Mr. Brothers.
Again, not a lot of answers today. That's all established by the committee. All the criteria is established by the committee.
Well, it would be good if we could understand what the criteria is before we vote on it. I just, it seems to be kind of a nightmare way of approaching this because I really can't see this working well, even though I think it's well intended. It's very difficult. It's a very arduous process when people are applying for money from the taxpayer. What do they have to show you? How do they prove their need? So those are the kind of things that I think I'd like to hear before we vote on this. Thank you.
Patricia McCarthy, further discussing Article 6.
Since I'm in the catchment area of elderly, so just in case you didn't know. But anyway, how successful is the program, do we know, in other communities? I'm definitely in favor of the donations, and I definitely would be in favor of joining that type of committee. And how would people apply if they felt they needed that help? And I do understand about, we've raised the money that people can apply to do volunteer work for the town and get paid, and you get a 1099. So, but anyway, that's another program. But I definitely think this is a great checkoff and a great way to help some people who are in need. Thank you.
Mr. Brothers.
Correct. So again, this vote is to establish and move forward with that committee. So once that's done, it'll go to the select board. The select board will select 3 members, probably through a normal vote process that we have. In addition to the 3 members appointed by the select board, also it is the chairman of the board of assessors and the town treasurer is part of that committee.
Is there any information, though, how other towns decide on who, what documents? Do I have to bring all my tax records in from my accountant? Or, I mean, how complicated it is for the person who we could help? I want to be able to help the people who need the help easily.
Betty Cavaco responding.
So one of the program that we looked at was brought forward to us by a town meeting member, and we kind of mirrored what they do in Arlington. In Arlington, they have these line items that are not only for senior citizens, but also for the scholarships. But where this is completely voluntary, as it is in Arlington as well, we have to be able to put the law in place or put the policy in place before we can come up with some of the questions that have been asked. So town meeting motion to create it, and then it'll be up to us to implement what the needs of the people of the community are. And just so you know that Arlington, and Mrs. Page can probably speak on that because it was her idea to bring this forward. It's a very successful program, and although we do have another program that seniors can come and work off their taxes, that is limited because what about the seniors that can't come in and do that? So we're trying to find ways to, be able to help people all through our senior population.
So if we chose to be on the committee, we'd be part of how the guidelines are set. Is that
Yes.
kind of correct? Great.
Yes.
It's a great program. Thank you.
Thank you. For the discussion on Article 6. Yes, Mr. Brown.
George Brown, Precinct 7. I've seen the program in Arlington. It is also in use in other communities. As far as how the program works, that has to be set up for each community because every community is different. The needs of seniors in Boston is a world different than seniors here in Plymouth. And that would be why we have to locally design and make this so that it'll work for our community. Thank you.
Correct. I
Thank
agree.
you. Christopher Houle. Peter Neville.
Just perhaps a cautionary note, insofar as a select board that is appointing people to the taxation committee, not that it would ever happen, but the largest voting group in Plymouth, I believe, are seniors. And so there might be a political advantage to putting people on this committee that could serve the interests of a candidate. Just want to caution against that. And maybe the Center for Active Living might be a more appropriate place from which this committee might be formed.
Well, first of all, Mr. Neville, if you think it's political to want to help our senior citizens, then I'll take full responsibility for that. But that wouldn't happen. It would go, the town selectmen are the people that appoint these committees. And I'm sorry you may feel that it may go another way, but honestly, the entire reason for this, to putting this forward, is to help our senior population that are really struggling very hard. And I would certainly be happy to put Mrs. Brady on that as some type of liaison, but it will be the Board of Selectmen that'll appoint this committee.
Thank you. Your procedural motion?
Yes, Mr. Moderator. In memory of our beloved Ken Howe, I move the question.
Motion to close debate. We have a couple of people still standing at the microphone. It is not debatable. We will now move forward on the motion to close debate. It is a 2/3 vote. When the light goes on, you can vote as to whether to close debate. It is a motion to close debate on Article 6. You can vote now. It's a procedural motion. The moderator determines the scope of the debate. You determine the length of the debate as town meeting members. And this will be a 2/3 vote. Town meeting members are voting electronically with their handset, which has a keypad. They're supported by OTI Technologies. The voting has ended. We will now see what the vote is on whether to close debate. 90 say yes, 32 say no, 1 abstention. The motion carries. And therefore, we will now be going to the main motion with no further debate. And we're scrolling through the precincts on the motion to close debate so that town meeting members can check the record to make sure that their vote was properly recorded. We have 18 precincts. We're now seeing the final precincts. And so now we're going to go to the main motion on Article 6, which is a majority vote. And when the light goes on, you will have an opportunity to then vote on the main motion. It requires a majority vote. Please vote now. Town meeting members are voting on the main motion under Article 6, which is a motion for an elderly and disabled taxation fund. Following this vote, town meeting will continue with the warrant until the lunch recess. And town meeting currently are voting as the light is on. The light is off. Voting has ended. We will now see the total of the vote. And it is 108 voting yes, 16 voting no, 3 abstentions. The motion does carry. And now we're going to see how town meeting members have voted. And as we do that, I would note that Article 7 has been withdrawn, and we will next be voting and moving under Article 8. And as with many of the other articles that are contained in the warrant, We have a motion from the Advisory and Finance Committee, and we will be hearing from Kevin Canty, who is Chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee, on the motion, which is, Mr. Canty moves the town authorize the Select Board to acquire by purchase for fire station and public safety purposes and/or general municipal purposes upon such terms and conditions as the Select Board deems to be in the best interest of the town, the fee or lesser interest in a portion of property shown on Plymouth Assessor's Map as parcel 048-000-006F000, described in Book 2122, page 188, Plymouth County Registry of Deeds, and accept the deed to the town of Plymouth of land located off State Road, the approximate area of which portion is shown on the plan entitled Plan of Land number 811 and number 827, State Road, as on file with the Plymouth Department of Public Works, Engineering Division, and the town clerk. Said interest in land to be held under the care, custody, management, and control of the Select Board, and to authorize the Select Board on behalf of the town to enter into all agreements and execute any and all instruments as may be necessary to effectuate said acquisition, and further to fund such acquisition, including all costs incidental or related thereto, $90,000 shall be transferred from the appropriation made by the vote taken under Article 5 of the April 2, 2022 special town meeting to undertake such acquisition. It's a 2/3 vote. Kevin Canty.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. In a unanimous vote of 13 in favor, with none in opposition and 0 abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 8. Approval of this article will authorize the Select Board to purchase an abutting parcel shown on the included materials to accommodate the construction of a new driveway on the north side of the fire station there, and to make all necessary improvements to accommodate the project as it progresses. If approved, the acquisition will be fully funded from money previously authorized for this project in Article 5 of the April 2022 special town meeting.
Further discussion? Hearing none, call for a vote. When the light goes on, you can vote on Article 8. You can vote now. Town meeting members are voting on Article 8, which is property acquisition off of State Road. It is a 2/3 vote, and town meeting will then be proceeding with Article 9 following Article 8, and we would be having a lunch recess within the next probably 45 minutes. The light is off. We're going to take the vote under Article 8, and it is 124 say yes, 0 say no, 0 abstentions. It carries unanimously. And we're scrolling through the precincts, and as we do that, we're going to be moving to Article 9, and we have multiple motions under Article 9. Article 9A is the first motion. It is a CPC, Community Preservation Committee, article to purchase open space off of Carver Road. We have a fairly lengthy motion here from Mr. Canty, who moves the town vote to authorize Board of Selectmen to acquire by purchase for open space and recreational purposes pursuant to the Community Preservation Program, accept the deed to the town of Plymouth of land off of Carver Road. You have the entire text of the motion. You'll be hearing quite a bit about this. So, Mr. Canty, on your motion.
In a vote of 10 in favor, 1 in opposition, and no abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 9A. Approval of this article will authorize the town to purchase 99.5 acres of land which directly abuts and surrounds the Darby Pond well area, providing further protection to the town's Zone 1 and Zone 2 wellhead protection area. This area is a significant source of drinking water for Plymouth's residents. In addition to protecting the aquifer, this acquisition will protect rare, unique, and endangered plant and wildlife that have made their homes there, and preserve this large tract of land for passive recreation use by the public.
Further discussion on Article 9A? If not, we'll take a vote. When the light goes on, you can vote on Article We have one question. Mr. Landers, did you want to come to my, no? Okay. We'll take a vote at this time. When the light goes on, we'll be voting. You can vote now. You're voting on Article 9A. It's a majority vote. We will then move on to Article 9B. While the light is on, town meeting members are voting electronically with a handset with a keypad, and town meeting will continue. We'll try to get through Article 9 before the lunch recess. The voting ended, and we'll now take a total of what the vote is under 9A. 123 say yes, 1 no, 3 abstentions. Motion carries. We will now scroll through the precincts, and as we scroll through the precincts, we do have a presentation under Article 9B, which is under the historical preservation of the Community Preservation Committee responsibilities, specifically as to the Spire Center, and we will be hearing a presentation from the Community Preservation Committee following a video, following the remarks from Mr. Canty, who is making the motion under Article 9B. Mr. Canty moves the town appropriates a sum of $3,600,000 for the restoration, rehabilitation, and preservation of the 1884 historic facade of the Spire building located in Courthouse Square. Mr. Canty.
In a unanimous vote, with 11 in favor, none in opposition, and 0 abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 9B. Approval of this article will authorize a grant to the Greater Plymouth Performing Arts Center, the nonprofit organization that operates the venue there pursuant to a 100-year lease agreement it has with the town, for the historical restoration of the facade of the 1884 building that houses the Spire Center for the Performing Arts, located in the heart of downtown Plymouth.
We're now going to go to the presentation from the Community Preservation Committee. We're going to begin with a video, and then we'll be followed by Joan Bartlett, who is Vice Chair of the committee. And roll the video. All right, get my sound. If we can't get the video, Mr. Cohen is unable to be with us today, and not able to be here in person. We do have his video presentation, which was available on presentation night, and in the future, town meeting members, because there's been discussion about having videos that were previously shown. There will be a presentation night before every town meeting. PAC TV does then rerun it, and as we heard from an earlier speaker today, as you prepare for town meeting, you're urged to either watch the presentation night in the town preview, either live or on replay, so that we can be prepared, so that if we have glitches such as this at town meeting, you won't have missed out on the presentation. I'm going to ask perhaps that we go to the library, and then we can come back if the video is able to be queued up. So, PAC TV, if we can go to the library, I'd like to welcome Joan Bartlett. She is Vice Chair of the Community Preservation Committee. Welcome, Joan Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good. We have Bob Hollis here, who is the president of the Greater Plymouth Center for Performing Arts, and he will give a presentation of this article for you.
Thank you, Robert Hollis.
Thank you. Robert Hollis. I am the president of the Greater Plymouth Performing Arts Center. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, we are missing Bill's presentation, but I'll try to give mine and recreate what I've been talking about. Well, my main thing that we were talking to was people asked, what have we been doing since 10 years ago, when originally we were given the opportunity at the Spire to take over the building, sign the lease, and have the initial funds to help us get going. Our goals at that time, first of all, number one was a cultural goal. There was nothing in the South Shore to do similar to what we were doing, and it's such an important thing to have that kind of cultural aspect in our community. Since that time, we've been in operation 8 years. We've had over 100 acts every year during that time. Our ticket sales are over 20,000 that come in annually at this time, that people come through those doors. What's interesting is 70% of those people are coming from outside of town. We can tell that from the zip codes, from our ticket system. So that leads to my next point. Not only is it a cultural asset, but it's been a real economic driver for our town, especially downtown, and we have a guest that will speak to that a little later too. But it really has benefited not only our hospitality industry, we knew that, but the real estate industries, they're constantly telling us that it's been brought a vitality downtown that wasn't there before. It actually attracts people that want to live downtown because they can come have something to eat, go to the Spire, go to Memorial Hall, whatever else is going on down there. So it's been a great thing for the real estate market as well. And now we're really given that third goal that we were hoping for, is the opportunity for preservation and transformation of the building outside besides what we've done inside. So what have we done so far? We're a nonprofit, so all our net income that we have come in goes to the building. And what's interesting, we're a nonprofit, but I've been running it like a business. And what I mean by that is all our operational income have been meeting our operational expenses, which is unheard of for a nonprofit normally. Normally a big part of that has to be what their donations are to supplement, but we've been taking all our operational income and actually getting in excess of that, paying our expenses and putting it into projects and into the building. So not only have we maintained the building during that time, but we've improved it. In your packet, you probably have a list of the money that we've raised and spent during that time. We've raised in the last 8 years over $1.3 million. We've had projects that we've spent on of over $1.2 million, such as the elevator, the major structural work that we did inside to stabilize the building, the lighting and sound system, and so on and so on. We've done the lobby over, the basement over. We've done a lot in the performance hall with air conditioning. So now what we're looking to do is, we made it pretty inside, let's make it pretty outside. And how we've done that, our budget now is over $700,000, and it's been brought up during our presentations that why not take $1 out of every ticket we sell from this point on and put it into a capital fund for the future preservation of projects that come along, or just for maintenance, and we've agreed to do that too, so that's important. We employ 2 full-time employees. We have 7 part-time employees that work on shows and about 25 volunteers during the year too. In addition to that, it's been the sweat equity of the board, well over 2,000 hours a year. So there's been a lot. What I'm saying, I'm very proud of the effort of the board, the staff, the volunteers, but I'm very proud of the effort of the community too, because as you know, we were closed for 16 months during the pandemic. We had 0 income coming in. But we stayed alive due to the donations, the grants. I put some money aside. And then at the end, we got a shuttered venues grant from the federal government for COVID relief. So that's really worked. So I've been proud of the community and our support. And I think the community can be very proud to put this forward, get it done, and have a building downtown that will be just a highlight and be something of pride for them as well. So let's transform the appearance of downtown. Let's make it a point of pride for Plymouth. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to State Senate President Therese Murray.
Welcome,
Yeah.
Senate President Terry Murray.
Thank you, and it's a former, as you all know. I used to be somebody. I'm very happy to be here to talk about this project today because we've been integrally involved in this for the 8 years that Bob has put this together and the community has come behind him to do this. This is an anchor in our downtown, and it's an historical building where we've lost so many other historical buildings. It's really important that this stay. And the fact that it's vibrant for the economy of the downtown is even more important. Tourism in this town brings in $30 million every year to the coffers for the town of Plymouth. And this building alone, as Bob just mentioned, brings in thousands of people every year that contribute to that. And that obviously helps the tax base also. So I'm hoping the town meeting will be favorable for this, item, and that we all can be very proud when this is done, and it will reflect obviously across the street from our beautiful renovated town hall, the old courthouse. This will just be another prize. So hopefully you will give this a positive vote. Thank you. Oh, and I'm going to turn this over to Joan Bartlett. Oh, wait a second. I'm sorry. There was another speaker who had to leave this morning, and that was Deborah Tanis, who owns a restaurant downtown within the site of the Spire Center. And she asked if I'd make her remarks, so she was here to express her full support of funding the much-needed exterior structural upgrades to make this building as beautiful on the outside as it is inside. It has become an integral part of our business community within the district, and I can attest to the vitality that this venue brings to the area. So many of our weekend dinner guests come to Plymouth specifically to attend one of the many first-class live performances at that the Spire Center offers each week. A large percentage of those guests are not local, and they often tell us that they are not only here to have dinner and attend the show, but often will turn it into a weekend trip, shopping in our downtown and then spending the night at a local hotel. We know well that the Spire contributes greatly to our business. This was evident as soon as the Spire Center was finally allowed to reopen after the pandemic eased, and our sales dramatically increased. Business is slower, and foot traffic in the district decreases a lot on the rare days when the Spire isn't open. Without this superior performance venue, I know our local economy and the vibrancy of our downtown area would suffer. I urge you to approve the funding necessary for the restoration so that the Spire Center for the Performing Arts can remain a cornerstone of our local downtown economy, and so that this historic and iconic building can remain part of the downtown landscape. And that was from Deborah Tanis. Joan Bartlett.
Thank you, and that is past Senate President Terry Murray. Joan Bartlett, I'm told the video is now ready to roll, and so if we're going to go to that, and then we'll come back to you. Please roll the video.
Next, the Community Preservation Committee will be presenting Article 9B, the Spire Center for Performing Arts. This is a historical preservation recommendation by the Community Preservation Committee to town meeting. And as we follow along on the PowerPoint, we can see that the building was built in 1884. In the year 2012, the Community Preservation Committee made a recommendation to town meeting to utilize CPC funding for the restoration of that building and for the purchasing of the building from Beth Jacob congregation that owned the building at the time. It had been owned by the Methodist. In 2012, we acquired it with CPA funding, and then we turned it over with a 100-year lease and an option on another 100-year lease with the Greater Performing Arts Center. They've controlled the building, and they have been maintaining it and investing in that building since 2012. This recommendation is for $3.6 million. It's for the facade and additional structural work on the building. There's been a great deal of structural work done to the building. There have been elevators, ADA compliant elevators and bathrooms, fire suppression systems, structural analysis, and structural work done to this building since 2012. This funding will complete that work along with focusing on the exterior of the building. You can drive by the building today and see the aluminum siding is coming back, revealing the original surface area of the building from 1884. And that will be restored, the steeple and the siding, at $3.6 million. The Spire Center has been operating since 2012, and the benefits our community has seen has been performing each year better than the previous years. Right now, Plymouth has a meals tax in downtown Plymouth. The Spire Theater is attracting people to our restaurants, our hotels. People are staying in it longer, and this is benefiting the town of Plymouth and its meals tax. Obviously, benefiting the village center in terms of the desirability of this location to live and work and do business. The arts have been shown to be a very supportive economic factor in developing our downtown. You can see here, this is the building from 1884. You can see the original facade of the building. This is a black and white photo, but we've been analyzing this with the building conservation specialists. They've been looking at this photograph and studying the molding, the paint. There's been paint analysis done on the building. So you can see here, this is the motivation of this article, is to return the building back to this original style from 1884. Here you can see in a slide some of the work that has been done by the building conservation specialists, analyzing the facade of the building, the roof, structural and surface area restoration. This analysis has led to a cost analysis study of what this was going to cost. That information was brought to the committee. So the intent is to return the facade to its original condition. It's a $3.6 million request. The CPC wanted to accommodate the bidding process, so we voted to support that amount. We wanted to make sure that we had enough funding there because estimates in bidding is coming in higher. We wanted to make sure that we had the appropriate funding. And when this money is granted out to this entity, they will be receiving this money as services are rendered and work is completed. So any money that is not used on this project reverts back to the Community Preservation Committee. I'd like to turn the presentation over to Bob Hollis, the president of the Spire Center for Performing Arts. But before that, I'd like to run a short promo on the Spire, who they are, what they do.
The history of the Spire, it was built in 1884 as a Methodist church. The Methodist church sold it to the Jewish synagogue, who used it in the 70s up until 2010, at which point they weren't using enough, and that's when they approached us to buy it because they knew we were looking for a performing arts center. Our main goal right from the beginning was make this the best place to hear music anywhere. First, there's no sightline impediments, but even more so, we used an acoustic engineer right in the beginning to make sure we had a perfect reverb in here. And it was built for sound to begin with. And then we put in a tremendous sound system that's unlike many others anywhere else too. What we've done with our lighting system is, first of all, starting off with our lighting production people, Woody Bavoda, who goes back to the 60s working with some of the big rock acts at that point, and has brought in a lot of his expertise. I see a lot of, in lighting today, of technically people doing things proficient, but not artistically like Woody or Dot and some of our lighting people do, because they can take all the technical improvements we made here and put in, but really interpret it in an artistic fashion that brings it out a lot more than I normally see at other places.
The history of this place is definitely something we want to preserve. So as a nonprofit, by Gold Pass members and people supporting the arts, showing up, buying tickets, you're allowing us to continue the legacy and preserve the place for generations to come.
We're bringing in a cultural asset to this community. What it's done to the downtown center and real estate, people oftentimes cite that they would love to live downtown because they can just walk to the Spire, walk to a restaurant. What we've done for the hospitality industry has just been amazing. They're coming here to stay in the hotels, they're going to the bars, they're going to the restaurants. They're bringing a life to downtown that wasn't there before. We've done a great job inside over the last 8 years. We've spent about $1 million, but we're looking to do a $3 million preservation project on the outside that'll make this look like it was built when it was 1884. So there's been a number of benefits to the town to have the Spire Center here. Beyond that, we want to continue to increase diversity of the acts, of the audience that are coming in here. We really like to support up-and-coming acts too, for the way we treat our fans, our audiences, and the way we treat our performers. It really creates an experience that if you went and saw the same act someplace else, it would not be the same as seeing it at the Spire Center. Thank you very much, and thank you for that video. It gave you an introduction to what we've been doing at the Spire Center for the last 10 years or so. I'm really proud to be here to give you a report on what we've done since the CPC and the town meeting turned over the building to us in a lease and provided funding. Since that time, we had some major goals to accomplish, and since that time, we've done a couple of them. First one is the cultural goal. We bring in over 100 acts to the Spire every year, with over 20,000 tickets being sold on a yearly basis. And what's interesting is that 70% of those tickets are sold to people outside of Plymouth. So they're coming in and they're spending money downtown. They're going into lodging, they're going to restaurants, they're going to some of the bars, and it really benefits everyone downtown, which leads to my next goal, which has been that the Spire has been an economic driver for the downtown area as well. Not only for the hospitality population and industry that I mentioned, but also the real estate. Realtors tell me oftentimes that just having the Spire downtown has brought more vitality, and people actually want to buy and live downtown and are able to enjoy a show and a meal and whatever. And so those two things we've accomplished, I think, the cultural part, the economic part. But here we have an opportunity to have a preservation of that property as well. And more of a preservation, but also a transformation too. And so that's why we bring this article to you today. A little bit about our operations. Right now our budget is over $700,000 a year. We employ 2 full-time people and 7 part-time people for our productions, and we have over 25 volunteers that are involved in those productions as well. The sweat equity that's put in by the board and other volunteers too is well over 2,000 hours a year. I tell people all the time, we're building more than a building, we're building a community, and that's really starting to take shape as well. What we've done, we are a nonprofit, so all the net income that comes into us goes into the building, and it has been for the last 8 years since we've been in operation. As a nonprofit, we've not only maintained but improved the building in the meantime. What we're asking for now is actually a total transformation beyond that. But what we do is 100% of our expenses are met by our operating income, which is amazing. Even we were out of business for 16 months during COVID shutdown, and we were able to have enough money set aside and also to get grants and donations from the community to keep going. And then near the end of that, we had a $450,000 grant from the Shuttered Venues grant from the federal government for COVID relief. So we did a great deal just to stay in business, but also to keep putting into the building. So any money that we have in excess of that, and then any money that we raise, goes back into the building. It doesn't have to support our operations. So let's look at what we've done in the last 8 years. I'm going to show you a slide of what we've done for fundraising, and you can refer to that, and then I'll tell you a little bit about what we've done with that money too. You can see from that slide that we've had monies come in from the Mass Cultural Council, the Office of Travel and Tourism, the Historic Commission, the Plymouth Charitable Foundation. But during that time, we've actually also dedicated $436,000 of that operating income, net income over and above what we've had for expenses, back into that building. We've raised in total $1,356,000 during that time. Where has it gone? We've spent $1,221,000. Structural enforcement, $362,000. $250,000 for an elevator and the ADA access. Interior renovation for $175,000. We just completed a roof that you might see when you go by the Spire right now. That was $175,000, and so on and so on. It adds up to $1,221,000. So your building, the town's, has been very well maintained. It's been put to great use, and so we have an opportunity now not only to continue to do that, but to transform the appearance of downtown. And I really imploring your support to make it a point of pride for Plymouth, and let's get behind the project. And I thank you so much.
Thank you. Sorry for some of the repetition on that. We have here the preservation architect who's here to answer any questions you may still have.
Thank you. Joan Bartlett is the Vice Chair, Community Preservation Committee. We're going to continue with the debate. Michael Landers.
This is Lynn Spencer.
Yes, Lynn Spencer is the Building Conservation Specialist. Mr. Landers.
Okay, thanks everyone. Thank
Thank you. Bring that down a little. Thanks. All right. I have a loud voice, so I don't need a lot. I'd like to give us just go back a little bit in history. When I first got involved with the town, it was somewhere in the 33 years ago, something like that. And I came to Plymouth, and one of the first things I did was I got on the Chamber's cultural and tourism committees. And we realized that the largest untapped resource for the town of Plymouth at that time was tourism. We had the boat, we had the museum, and a few other spots. It was a 1 or 2 day destination for most people at that time. And so when I decided to do the Project Arts Summer Concert Series, which is now we're coming into our 27th season. We started that as a means of bringing people here for a Wednesday night, so that hopefully they would stay over from the previous weekend or come in then and remain for the next weekend to boost tourism a little bit. It was very successful on a Wednesday night for many, many years. There were no hotel rooms, and so what's happened? We built more hotels. So that's been an improvement. Fast forward to a little bit to the North Street Arts Center, which I know Bob Hollis was involved with that project as well. And that has been a successful restoration project and a great spot for the arts of Plymouth. And then the Spire, of course, came along, and many, many other things have gotten involved. I believe the tourism community, which back when I started out, we had a group of about 12 to 13 people involved with it at the Chamber. And that group has grown to well over 200 people, excuse me. And I remember in the beginning, we used to explain that $1 spent in tourism in the town of Plymouth would bring a $27 return. I'm sure that number with escalation has gone way beyond that now. So this is a 2/3 vote on this particular thing because of the borrowing that has to happen for it. I would urge all of you to dig into your hearts and think about your children and grandchildren and all of the benefits of all of these fine art programs in the community. Because with all of the arguing and fighting that goes on in our community and worldwide, there's nothing like the arts to soothe your hearts. So I would just encourage you all to vote yes on this along with me. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a point of order. Richard Cirque rises to a point of order.
Move to call the question.
Motion to close debate. It is not debatable. We'll see, we had someone standing here. And now we're going to move to, this is not debatable, it's a motion to close debate. When the light goes on, you can all vote. And the voting now. We're voting on Article 9B, Historical Preservation, the Spire Center. Following this vote, we will be taking our lunch recess. It will be for 1 hour. And again, lunch, right. This will be a closed debate, and then we'll have our main motion following this article. We're voting whether to close debate. It's a procedural motion. And we'll now see the vote. 97 say yes, 25 say no, 1 abstention. The motion carries. We'll scroll through the precincts to make sure your vote was properly recorded, and then we will go to the main motion. Following the main motion, we'll have our lunch recess. We have 18 precincts. We've scrolled through over half of them. Town meeting members have been fairly adept today with their handsets and their keypads. And we will now go on the main motion, since we've closed debate under Article 9B. It's a 2/3 vote. Also on the main motion involves borrowing. When the light goes on, you'll have an opportunity to vote. You can vote now. This is a community preservation article. When we return from our lunch recess, we'll continue with Article 9C. I'd like to thank Karen Bukes, who was serving as second assistant moderator. She did have to leave due to illness. She is being succeeded by Joseph Hutchinson, who can serve as a town meeting member, and the second assistant, he's been sworn in. The voting is complete under Article 9B, and 123 say yes, 2 no, 1 abstention. The motion carries by more than 2/3. And as we scroll through the precincts, again, a reminder that you can have lunch both in the cafeteria, or it's also available outside if you prefer not to be in the cafeteria. And again,
Mr. Moderator, point of order.
yes.
Jeff DeLapp, Precinct 13. I apologize, I arrived a little late. Did we vote on lunch today or on a time frame? I know in years past.
It'll be 1 hour.
Is it possible? Can I make a motion to shorten it to 45 minutes?
I did receive a motion earlier in the week. I would just explain that we have people in 3 different rooms. We have a couple different locations with both outside and inside. And so if you want to make the motion, we can receive it, but...
No, that's understood. I apologize, I arrived a little late, so I didn't know if we voted. So thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right. This town meeting is in recess at 12:16. Thank you.